Alright everybody, hopefully this is, we got audio. Let's wait a second here. We do. Okay. Alright everybody, hopefully. Good afternoon everybody, there's not a whole lot happening yet. But that may be changing quickly. Take a look here at Radar Omega. We've got this tornado-warned supercell moving toward Alexandria. I'm back here by the Mississippi-Louisiana state line near Natchez. I'm really watching this supercell here as it moves off to the northeast. I'm also watching these convective showers here that are forming, but I'm not really impressed with those right now. At least not yet. These yellow counties here are in a tornado watch. That tornado watch is basically for some counties there in East Texas, but most of central Louisiana and central Mississippi, or south central Mississippi as well. Make sure you're checking the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center for that information, as we're focusing on our storms here. So the decisions we're going to have to make are going to be, do we go due west on this state highway and try to get in position for some of these here that are just southwest of Alexandria? Or are we going to be a little bit more patient here and let these clusters here move to the northeast? I don't know what the right answer is yet.
Here, flight request, dinner facility, pick it up, Trinity Medical. Go to Northeast. You're going to be first call.
That tornado warning might be expiring soon. That's Vernon and Central Rapids Parish. Over there west of Alexandria. The radar is that? The radar site over there by Alexandria is offline. Of course it is. So not only is that one offline, but so is the New Orleans radar. So I don't know how the hell we're supposed to inform the public today. It's ridiculous. But anyway, for some reason they're doing maintenance on the POE radar at the same time that the New Orleans radar is out of service, leaving us with Lake Charles in the middle of this enhanced risk, which is 100 miles from these storms, and Jackson as well, which is 120 miles from these storms. So I'm really not sure what we're supposed to do here. It's ridiculous. And Lake Charles is operating in clear air mode right now. You're freaking kidding me. You have to be kidding me. Like, are you seriously kidding me? Like, what? Jesus Christ. So for some reason, guys, the only radar that we have to really look at these storms is Lake Charles, and it's in clear air mode. So it's scanning slower. I have no idea why it's not. Well, I have no idea. Whatever. This is ridiculous. We need our radar towers to function better than they do.
They're just going for a trauma.
Cops are here.
Lake Charles is actually not clear mode.
What's that?
It's just being displayed that way on radar map right now.
Well, not too bad. It's coming out of Alexandria, so you might get something here pretty soon.
Oh, really?
Tornado warning down here.
Yeah, so when I come by, I said, let me go back and see what he's waiting on. I figured you could do something.
Well, if there is a tornado today, it could be a strong one.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, this rain might temper some of that, but
yeah.
We're going to have to watch this stuff, but the radar over there by Alexandria is out of service, so we got to use the one that's down in Lake Charles. We can't really see these storms right now. So these ones that are these showers coming toward us south of Alexandria, those could be a problem, but we don't know what they look like.
I got you. Got you. See what that part of the parachute probably coming through?
Right now I think these are probably going to beeline pretty much just here, or maybe just a little west of here.
West of here?
Yeah, it'll be an hour or two though. They'll move pretty quick though.
Yeah, I just kind of want.
Yeah.
Well, you take care.
Hey, you too.
Like I said, we don't like storms.
Yeah, well, I hope you might see one, so you might have to start liking them.
I got you. Appreciate it, bud.
See ya. Have a good one. Anyway, shit, now I need a towel because it's wet in here. But, yeah, so that's the problem. This radar is in clear air mode, which means that it's scanning less. I have no idea why. So we can't. It's really hard to get a good look at these storms today. Right now, all I can tell you is I think the Alexandria storms are the best shot. There's some forming in kind of that, what do you want to call it, armpit, elbow, whatever, of the 90-degree corner there. Natchez to Jackson, Jackson, Louisiana, that is. I guess I could just show you. Right here. Those storms as they're moving to the northeast. Those might be ones to target soon, but I really think it would be a mistake for us to jump on those right now. Just sucks that POE is out of service. God, if that Alexandria radar was in service, this would be so much easier because we just don't know what these storms look like. The tornado warning that was there for Alexandria just dropped. It's gone. StormNet is starting to pick up on that cell west of Alexandria again. Not going to talk a whole lot about StormNet. It's an experimental product from the mesoscale whatever group. but it's essentially a computer-based model. Well, obviously, it's a computer-based tool that's trying to predict. It's trying to predict tornadoes in advance, and it's fairly good. So I'm watching this storm here, this one, and then this cluster. Most of my interest is over here on these Alexandria storms, though. I don't really see a reason to move right now. I keep switching between these radar sites here. Alright, yeah, we're gonna go, there is not a door open. Christ. We are gonna go back toward Natchez for right now. This cluster that's due south of us here, I'm watching. Wonder if that's gonna... That stuff by Alexandria, that's gonna take time to mature, I think. The stuff over here might mature quicker. So I think I'm gonna go this way because it'll be easier to catch back up to that other stuff that's to our west later on. Because those storms are moving east, it'll be easier to catch the farther west storms than it will be the farther east. If we give up on these here in a little bit, we can always move back west, but we'll approach the storms quicker relatively because of the relative motion of them moving toward us and us moving toward them. That's kind of my reasoning right now. So that's the plan. Probably going to be some storm chasing tomorrow as well. It might be a bit of a continuation from today. We'll see. I did get some water repellent on the windshield, so that should help. I see StormNet is now picking up on that sell-off to our east as well. It's very dubious of the StormNet model at first, but after it absolutely nailed that tornado almost hitting my house the other night, I'm a little bit more willing to put a little bit of trust into it now. Probably going to get a severe warning on that storm to our east. ton of water on this road. It's really retaining that water. It's not running off.
They're coming out of the grain elevator. Sample, you know which direction they're traveling towards Jonesboro, Harrisburg? MDG, they haven't made it on the end of the elevators yet. They can't find.
Gotta watch those ones just off to our south too, but the radar coverage is garbage here. So it's really hard to tell what's going on.
Let me know if they've already come off Trinity. He says his residence, he's not following them. He finds it on Sheldon will give his dog and swerving on the road. Sample, I believe I see him coming out now.
God, the rain is coming down harder than you think. Coming through Faraday and Natchez area right now.
It's just a Bradley Stewart Gina showing the cars on your search. Giving verbal command over PA now to the step out. Driver proceeds with his phone.
Remember though that in this area with all the trees and such, it's hard to have good signal with the stream, so there may be some dead spots. Even with the satellite, you know, you need a clear view of the sky, so we can have some issues sometimes.
Turn right on US 425 south, US 84 east. Continue on US 425 south for 13 miles.
I'm really watching that storm out to our east, but not too convinced on it just yet. My opinion may change if we had a little bit better radar coverage there, though. Surprisingly, I have not had to turn on the air conditioner yet. Usually down here I have by now. There is a potential for a stronger tornado today. I'm not too overly concerned, but I am acknowledging, that. So, if you're in these areas affected by the tornado watch, you do need to be paying attention. That's a view off to my south. It's actually really pretty. Road's about as rough as you wouldn't believe. Washboarded real bad. None of the storms that are over us have any warnings. That one that's west of Alexandria does have a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Also watching a cell developing down there. I don't know what town that's by, but it's north of I-10, but not into Mississippi. It's like southeast of Macomb, Mississippi. Moving toward Hattiesburg. Of course. The Jackson, Mississippi radar site should be picking up the slack for us here as these storms move to the northeast. Be a little bit closer within range. Which is good. We need a good radar scan on these. Especially out here where it's tough to see things. We rely on radar very heavily out here. Everybody does. Thanks for spending the afternoon with me, folks. Hopefully it's a good afternoon. I don't think this is going to be a long-lived severe event. A lot of models were indicating this being done at the absolute latest, like midnight. Probably well before then. But this is not going to be a 2, 3 o'clock in the morning fiasco like it often is down here. I really think that we'll be probably wrapping up by 10. Maybe even more like 8 or 9. So we'll see. We'll know more once everything gets underway. Once these storms start to mature, it'll be a lot easier to figure out what's going to go on. Short-term models will start to pick up on them as well and have a better idea of what's going on. It'll be a lot easier to forecast once we start getting some feedback from the atmosphere, so to speak. Hard time keeping the chat refreshed today for some reason. Yeah, the New Orleans radar is down because they're physically moving it like 20 miles west or 30 miles west or whatever. But that's good because that will, in the long term, that's going to give us better radar visibility in southwest Mississippi and such, East Central Louisiana. That's going to help. I think that move is supposed to be completed by like the end of March. So that will be a welcome thing.
I'm going to tell you advised the team that the jail could not locate, but it is showing that it is valid. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to keep going east for right now. It's real easy to get screwed on these setups and end up too far west, or too far east for that matter. It's real easy to get out of position, especially when you got radar holes like this.
Cable barriers, controls damage.
Alright, so we should be crossing the river here shortly.
It's a couple hours about the they don't have a water pipe, but once you got over shore, you can take a mess. We have to look at one and they can't find water pipe.
Sometimes these events bust though. I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts to these severe weather events. I don't by any means think today is a tornado outbreak by any means, but really watching these areas here in southwest Mississippi right now. Part of town here, and then we'll be good to go. Wish we'd do better with the lights.
Were able to give any tag information?
Come on, folks, it doesn't get any greener than that.
Negative.
Different river.
Try to sneak around this guy. It always takes forever to go through this town. Every time I come through here, it's slow because of these lights. Oh my god. Alright, so we're about to go over the bridge and then we'll be in Mississippi. And now we're on the Mississippi half. Now we're in the state we need to be in. That's good.
Welcome to Mississippi.
Probably gonna head up toward Fayette. We're here. I'm gonna head up this route here toward Hazelhurst, I think. Still watching this guy down here. Yeah, later tonight this risk is going to shift east as always. But there is a risk for some pretty big hail today, which isn't really normal down here. It's not very common to get big hail in these parts of the country. So that's something to be mindful of if you do live down here. That the hail today could be a problem. Normally it's not, but it looks like today we could have 2-inch or greater hailstones. Although not common, it can happen. It's also not common to get tornadoes in February in the state of Wisconsin, but we got it, so anything can happen. That decision if I want to go north, east, or if I just want to go east. Yeah, I gotta decide real quick if we're gonna go northeast or if I'm gonna go east. I'm almost actually leaning toward east on 84. My reasoning for that is these storms are running northeast pretty darn quick. It almost might be easiest to just go to 55 in the north. Also leaves that Louisiana, anything that comes out of Louisiana in play. I don't know. I'll figure it out in the next mile and a half. It's always tough to make these decisions here early on. We don't have the best road network down here. I mean, the roads are fine, but they don't go in a grid. You're kind of just all over the place. So you have to take that into more of a factor than you would really anywhere else. That's the biggest reason that I'm leaning toward east right now on 84. Because once you start going up 61, you get to Fayette, yeah, you can go east, but man, it's going to take a long time to go east. If there was a state road or a road that was 4 lanes or something you could go faster on that went straight east, then that would probably be the thing to do. But it's probably just going to be best to go east on 84 for now. Just put Brookhaven in.
Head southeast on John R. Junkin Drive toward Lower Woodville Road.
19,
Oh, come on. Any day now. Any day now. There we go.
Continue on John R. Junkin Drive for 3/4 of a mile.
Looks like we got stuck behind the Sunday driver here in the fast lane. God dang it. Everybody else has the right idea here.
In a 1/4 mile, use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly
yeah,
left
definitely
to stay
Sunday
on John R.
driver.
Junkin Drive.
Holy crap, get off your phone, guy. Jesus. Guy's got his phone so far down his throat, I'm surprised he can breathe.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left to stay on John R. Junkin Drive, then use any lane to turn left onto SGT Prentice Drive.
Copy on 27.
At the light, use any lane to turn left onto SGT Prentice Drive. Continue on Sergeant Prentice Drive for 2 miles.
We are just doing terrible with these traffic lights. This is almost ridiculous at this point. This really isn't that populated of an area either. Very small town. I don't know why it takes so long to go through here. I always forget about how long it takes to go through here, and then I get reminded.
Door 1550.
And there we are, stuck behind a light again. God dang. Yeah, I think we'll just continue east. Those storms off to our west are warned for tornado possible as well, but I'm not too keen on those ones. Not right now, anyway. Even the storms we're headed to don't look that
In a 1/4
great.
mile, continue straight to stay on Sergeant Prentice Drive.
I think our warm front is somewhere up by Jackson. That's probably what's going to kill some of these.
Continue straight to stay on Sergeant Prentice Drive.
I swear, if we get a red light up here, I'm going to have a stroke.
Continue on Sergeant Prentice Drive for 1/2 mile. In a 1/4
Oh my
mile,
God.
keep right to continue on Bruce Highway. on Blues Highway, then continue straight on US 61 North.
Alright, well, we've pretty much successfully made it through town now.
Continue straight on US 61 North.
So that's a start.
Continue on US 61 North for 3 miles.
A couple more red lights to get stuck at up here, and then hopefully we're good. It's a joke at this point, right? Yeah, it looks like those storms are kind of dying out a little bit here as they move northeast. Yeah, east probably makes the most sense, because going northeast we would just be going up into kind of that worked over atmosphere. We'd basically just be driving up into a bunch of showers at that point, I think. So I want to stay down here and kind of the more open region of the map, the radar map. Okay guys, it's green. There we go. Oh my god. I'm clearly in the wrong lane. We just gotta get moving here. Yeah, remind me if we have to go back through there, that takes like 20 minutes just to go through. Even though on the map it looks like it should be a 5-minute deal. Tomorrow we'll probably find ourselves in eastern and southeastern Alabama, possibly the Florida Panhandle, and really anywhere possibly in southern Georgia, it looks like. If anybody's guess at this point, it looks like tomorrow could be a big mess. Basically in terms of just a bunch of showers and storms all over the place running into each other, so it might not be organized enough to give us robust severe weather, but a lot of tomorrow is going to depend on how today goes. So I'm not going to start making any calls or expectations on tomorrow just yet. But I'm assuming there will be a live stream tomorrow, I would assume. Probably keep going east. At some point, may have to find a north option, but it's a little too early to tell with these right now. I have to turn up here. Whoops. Did not realize that.
In half a mile, turn right onto US 84 East, US 98 East.
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm convinced we're just like a slow driver magnet today. It's 45, that guy's doing like 30. Just screw it. Screw around.
Turn right onto US 84 East, US 98 East.
Alright, here's the road we want.
Continue on US 84 East for 53 miles.
Alright, 4-lane highway. That's a welcome sight. So we should be good now. Hopefully. We'll find out, I guess. Got a little cell trying to come up here just in front of us. It's starting to go up. Again, don't have the best radar coverage here. I'm watching that one right there. I don't know what that was. It was a squirrel? Whatever, I didn't want to hit it. Anyway, watching that one right there is moving northeast. It's hard to tell if this stuff really does look like garbage or if it's just the fact that we're quite a ways away from the radar. It could be both. These storms are probably about 90 to 100 miles away from the radar, depending which one you're looking at, or which storm you're looking at. But as always, live in the Radar Omega app right now, and that is not a Radar Omega problem. That is a United States of America Department of Commerce infrastructure problem. All these amateurs on the internet talk about wanting more radar sites. I disagree. I think we just need to make the radar sites we have now work all the time. Not the Weather Service's fault. It is flat out the government's. I'm not trying to make it political, but just make sure you're not blaming your friends at the Weather Service. It's not their fault. The employees are not writing checks to put up radar towers. Trust me. Write a letter to your elected officials and tell them to get off their ass and do something productive for once in their lives, and maybe fund our public safety infrastructure out here. Not the Weather Service's fault. So it doesn't matter if you're looking at a national composite or a site-by-site radar product. You're going to have degraded radar performance out here today, and that's not what we want on a day where tornadoes are a possibility. Or any time, really. It's very important that we have a good radar network. Never forget the time the state senator or whatever, or state representative for our area came into my high school and he was going around asking everybody if they had a job, and I was like one of the only ones that said yes. And he asked what I did, and I told him I worked for a cell phone company. And he told me that I'll never make a living doing that. That was his response, and I looked at him, and I about cussed his ass out. I got so pissed I literally threw my shit down and I walked out of the classroom. I said, screw this. I went right to the damn office. I said, you're going to let that loser in here and say that to me? I could not believe that. That's sorry. I left a real bad taste in my mouth, that experience did. Never make a living doing that. Nobody asked you, jerk. 17 years old. Be happy somebody had a job. Unfortunately, that guy hasn't gotten voted out yet. I don't vote for him. Those are my political beliefs. Don't be an asshole. Plain and simple. Still heading east, folks. We're going to be heading east for a while. We're probably going to have to go over to 55. Maybe today will end up being a farther east event. It kind of looked last night like it was going to be way farther east, like Alabama, but now this morning it's kind of back west, but now I'm starting to think maybe it will be more south central Mississippi. If you are new here, folks, you may want to subscribe to the channel. Chase tornadoes all over the place, and blizzards and hail and all sorts of stuff, including my house, apparently.
Your number is 3 Nora 1 Charles Paul 5 Boy Victor 9 Lincoln 561726.
Mississippi.
We're actually about to drive through this little cell that we've been monitoring. This one right here. Once that New Orleans radar gets moved, which it's probably moved, they're probably just finishing it, but it's supposed to be done by sometime in March. Once that gets back online and is moved, we'll have really good radar coverage right here. So definitely looking forward to that. And that's going to be down in near Hammond. It'll be on Interstate 10 and 55 somewhere. Previously, it was located over there on the northeast side of Lake Pontchartrain. Over there by Slidell. So that's going to be a big improvement. That'll be about what? Like probably 25, 30 miles or so farther west. That's really going to help fill in the radar hole in this area. So definitely looking forward to that. Cannot wait for that thing to be back up. We need that badly. About to drive through this little cell. I see like no structure at all. All I see is just gray cloud. Hopefully we'll get something pretty to look at today, but I tell you what, guys, I don't know. Had some really nice views in Wisconsin though the other day. I was very pleased. Highway 84. Still moving east for now. Yeah, the first time I get the new truck out for a storm chase, we end up seeing a tornado like a mile from my house. It's pretty ridiculous. That tornado was rated EF2, and the one before it was EF1. But thanks for being part of the channel, folks. Some of your, I shouldn't say some of your, but some of you folks here did contribute to the, previously back in June, we had to purchase that other Tahoe. Catastrophic mechanical failure with the vehicle, unplanned disassembly of transmission kind of thing. And I didn't necessarily need money to purchase the vehicle, but purchasing that vehicle at the time really ran down the operating budget. And I was upfront with a lot of folks about that. I just said, hey, here's the deal, we're not going to be able to chase much because of this. And a lot of folks came out of the woodwork and actually like pitched in and used the PayPal tip option to pitch in. And that took a big bite out of the cost of that vehicle. So that vehicle was replaced here just about a week ago, a week and a half ago, with this one. And the old vehicle is going to be used for getting people and supplies and equipment to and from damage areas that we encounter. For example, Nikki took it today to go and deliver some stuff to some people over there in Evansville, Wisconsin today. And you folks are a part of that, whether you're somebody that donates on PayPal, which technically, well, I shouldn't say donate, that's a really slimy word, that does the tipping option on PayPal, which technically is the best way to do anything. But you folks that tip on PayPal, Super Chatters, channel members, you guys are all part of that. And even if you don't do any of the above, just simply watching does support the channel, and sharing the video, liking, subscribing, commenting, etc. You folks are a part of a bigger operation than just a live stream, so a big thank you guys, really appreciate it. And in the future, having that second vehicle is going to make sure that we can get people from our business out here to help these people that are in areas that aren't really getting the help. We're not looking to go in there and pretend we're FEMA. We're looking to go into these areas where, or neighborhoods maybe that aren't getting as much help from these bigger organizations. That are kind of getting ignored, maybe because they're lower income or because they're farther away from a population center, and try to help them out a little bit. We really need that second vehicle for that. So that's why we put the newer, nicer, better vehicle in service for chasing storms, and the older vehicle, which is still just fine, will be in service for that. I pulled all the equipment off of it. I need to put different equipment on it, but it's being reconfigured right now for people and equipment and supply transport. If you'd like to be part of all that, see the storm.net in the chat description. But I try to not advertise that too much because I don't want to make people think like we're begging for money, because we would never do that. It's just, I'm trying to tell you guys where your contributions go. And there's a lot of people that want to claim to, I hate the term disaster response, and I hate the term search and rescue. I hear all these people spewing out, we're doing search and rescue. No, you're not. You're walking around with a flashlight. That is not, no, I'm sorry. I'm from public safety. Search and rescue is done by trained individuals. If you get out of your car with your flashlight and walk around and check damage and call things in and help people put Band-Aids on, that's just called being a good person and helping. I think these search and rescue and disaster relief, I think these job titles get put out there to create buzz and clicks and the illusion that everybody's out here helping. Now, there are some good organizations that are out here helping, but I think some of these ones that don't really do that, I think they just kind of do it for the views. I think they just kind of do it, for that reason. one of the better organizations out here, the Sirens Project, Warren, I forgot his last name, but Warren runs that. He's a storm chaser out of, I believe, Georgia. And they run a volunteer nonprofit disaster cleanup type group, primarily in the Southeast, and they do a really nice job. And we're not looking to just copy what they're doing, but we are looking to be able to help a couple of families every time we see something happen. The main focus is going to be on tornadoes and disasters that occur on the live stream, so we can tell the full story, right? But we do have a number of admins and admin assistants and such that are willing and able and trained to help come out here and do this stuff within the first 36 hours of a tornado or a hurricane, or I guess potentially a horrible blizzard or a flood or something, or wildfire. The goal is get people and equipment out there in 36 hours and help where you can. And we have the ability to do that. It's going to be expensive. We've got people in California, we've got people in Florida, we've got people in the Northeast, I think, in the Northwest, and all over the place. So we physically will have to put 3 or 4 people on an airplane immediately and pay for their hotels and get them some food, and also make sure somebody grabs my white truck and brings that down, and we get supplies in a hotel. It's a big operation, and what we're doing right now in Evansville, because it's literally just like a minute from my house, it is proof of concept. What's the media reaction? What does the audience think? Are we getting canceled for it? Are people bitching about it like they always do, or is it all positive? Trying to kind of get a taste of what this is going to be like with just kind of like a half-ass operation, just a real quick, 2-hour-long operation, and talking about it just to see what the reaction is like on social media. Right now, it's been mostly positive. There's been a couple of people claiming that I'm just doing it for views and I'm the biggest sack of shit they've ever met. But I get that on everything I post, so I'm pretty well used to that. But 99.9% positive. I don't know how you can find negatives in this, but welcome to the internet. What a freaking dumpster fire. So we look forward to getting our financials and our logistics in place here for this. We're just going to keep heading east for now, guys. Going north would be bad. Evan made mention about the worm front sagging south, which is expected, I guess, with these ongoing showers and lots of rain to our north there. But that warm front is basically going to be our boundary. Anything north of that could still drop hail and significant wind, or severe wind, but the tornado threat north of the warm front would basically be nothing. We want to stay along or just south of the warm front. And it looks like that warm front, yeah, it is starting to sag to the south more. So we made the right call going east. So we're just going to keep heading east for now and adjusting as needed. Right now, I don't have a target. There is no target storm right now. We're just going to kind of see what happens and pick off whatever we need to pick off. Still in effect. even have a target right now. But down here, a lot of times these setups take off like this. Everything just looks like garbage, and then all of a sudden something happens. So I'm not writing the day off by any means now. Thanks for your super chats today, folks. My chat is just not... I don't know what's going on. I think I need a different device for the chat. It's just not... It keeps getting stuck. We'll see your super chats at the end of the stream, though. I get a summary with all of them. I suppose we can take a look here outside the car. Hold on, get this camera spun around. That's a look there off to our north. That does not look like a convective sky by any means. Tornado watch does remain in effect until, I guess I don't know when that goes to, 7 p.m. Central. Yeah, the goal right now is just keep moving east, guys. Weird. Honestly surprised that they don't have the enhanced risk a little bit farther south than they do.
Right.
It's like you're getting JM19, right?
2, 4, 15, 45.
Very narrow land area where tornadoes are possible, or I should say strong tornadoes are possible. This very narrow spot here in southern Mississippi right now looks like. Carved out by the enhanced risk. 98 east closed, use detour. I guess that's not going to matter to us. I don't think we'll be on 98 at all today. It's a highway here that branches off. Good to know, though, just in case, I guess. Storm's coming out of the boot of Louisiana, or the tip of the boot, whatever, north of the lake. Northeast Louisiana. Well, I don't know if you could technically call that northeast. It's the southeast part of the state, but it's the northeast part of the southeast part of the state. Basically, north of I-10, east of I-55. Those storms coming out of there into Mississippi, I have my eye on. The storms that are about 10, 15 miles ahead of us near I-55, Brookhaven, they're moving northeast, but I have a feeling they're going to cross the warm front. I'm not sure, though. I have to monitor all of these for right now. We cannot commit to or write off any of these. Literally could be any of these right now. Basically anything that's in warm air, anything in the warm sector is possible, I guess.
115907.
Looks like it's going to be pretty quiet though after tomorrow. There is that northeast snowstorm going on what is it, Tuesday or Monday or whatever, but guys, I can't make it for that. You gotta, it doesn't make a lot of sense to drive from potentially the Florida Panhandle for like 20 hours straight to go see a couple inches of snow for 4 hours because it's the tail end of it, so I will not be going for that. Severe weather deserves our highest priority, but after tomorrow, looks like it's going to be a quiet rest of the week, but there is a potential for some thunderstorms along the coast, really anywhere, middle to late week, so maybe get down to the beach or something for some brief convection week thunderstorms, but I don't know what's going to happen, if I'm going to head home or if I'm going to stay out or what. But it looks like this week will be relatively quiet. We're approaching March already, so we're about to get back into peak season. Peak severe tornado season, that is, anyway. See what the outside temperature is. 66. I think we're right. Yeah, we got to be like right south of that warm front boundary just by a little. And dang, I am glad that we went east and not northeast. I would be pissed if we went northeast.
Which is going to be a 27 feet to license, but it's going to be a Florida 27. It's going to be William. 497.
That storm just a little bit east of Brookhaven is definitely catching my eye, but that might be about to get smoked by the warm front too, and be north of it if it's not already. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Brookhaven cell take a dump. That's this one here. It's probably our warm front here. So I wouldn't be surprised if that cell takes a dump as it goes to the north there. Give it about like 5 radar scans. I wouldn't be surprised. That's either going to go nuts or it's going to take a dump. I mean, it could latch on and kind of ride the warm front, at which point you might end up with something significant, but kind of doubtful of that.
It's going to be 11/17/1997.
storm just north of us is starting to spike in reflectivity, but I'm pretty sure it's elevated now anyway. The terrain here, once we get a little bit past I-55, starts to open up just a bit, kind of like this. This isn't bad terrain down here because we can actually see the sky. There are many, many roads down here where you really can't see any direction but straight up. So this is actually pretty good visibility for down here. Seems like it's kind of windy out. I'm getting blown around quite a bit. In a particular hurry right now. I am, but I'm not.
I don't know if it's just too early yet or what, but seen one good base, possible walk on, that's been it so far.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those days where we quit early and it's because it's garbage or because it's, you know, it's going to be one of those things where it's garbage until about 5:30 and then all of a sudden one of them goes nuts. I'm not sure which yet.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if it'll be West Alabama.
I mean, it's possible. Sure as hell wasn't Louisiana, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was confused on that. The warm front passes, and it went from 74 degrees to like 56.
Yeah, it's getting pushed back south by all that rain and crap up there. Storms are starting to get a little bit more dense looking on radar. The reflectivity values are higher, but that also could be partially because they're closer to the radar site now. Just getting a better echo on them, I don't know. But yeah, right now, no target. Just trying to keep up with these. One of them may become the target though soon. That's a look there just off to my left, which is mostly north. Seems like every day down here starts like this, though. It always looks kind of lame, and then it gets going. Happens a lot, though. The parameters that make up our atmosphere, the components down here, are really, really touchy, because a lot of times our severe weather events in this part of the country are compromises of some sort. Out in the plains and Tornado Alley and such, usually it's pretty well balanced. We have our wind fields, which is our wind shear, but basically the wind profiles are usually balanced out with the amount of energy that we have, and all sorts of things like that. But down here, oftentimes it's not a balance. We usually have way more of one than the other, or some sort of an imbalance, and it's always a little bit of a compromise. And sometimes when you have extra of one of those ingredients, it'll compensate for the either lack of the other one, or too much of the other one. But all it takes is very, very small details to be not just right down here to screw up these events. So I'm not saying that today is a dud. I'm just saying that's why I think that out here we have a lot of kind of misforecast events. It's a lot easier to forecast out like traditional Tornado Alley during tornado season. It's a view off to my left. See a bit of a base on that storm up there. That's that storm it's just northeast of Brookhaven. It's starting to get a little bit more of a reflectivity echo on it. You can kind of see it there on the roof camera. A little bit of structure to it, not much, but you can pick out the base. This is pretty good visibility down here for this part of the country. I'm quite happy right now with this. It really doesn't get a whole lot better than this unless you're in the Delta, Mississippi River Delta, where it's flat. Just keep the camera pointed off in that direction. Up on anything. Kind of a view of it. If I wasn't half tempted to go up 55. I don't see really a good east option. There's not. If there was a good east option off of 55, maybe like 5 or 10 miles north of Brookhaven, I would take it, but there's not. So really the only option is to go east to Monticello if you want to go north or need to go north. Because let's say this thing latches onto the warm front boundary actually becomes something. You almost have to go up to Monticello and then go north on 27. I don't think it's going to, but I am watching it closely.
That's just what it comes to me, yes, sir.
And for you, you're looking for a blue SUV off the roadway.
There is a base up there on this storm. It doesn't look too bad, don't get me wrong. Should have a clearer view here. It doesn't look too bad at all. Nice flat base. Look at that, a red light. Surprise, surprise. Oh, it's green. Wow, that doesn't happen often.
Continue straight to stay on US 84 East.
Probably continue, yeah, we'll continue east for now.
On US 84 East. Continue on US 84 East for 19 miles.
Visually, anyway. Might be the best looking thing we see all day, I don't know. There's a small shower forming just south of Monticello that I'm watching, but that's probably gonna cross the boundary as well. Seems to be our open warm sector is an open warm sector, don't get me wrong, but it's getting kind of pinched off here. That was one of the possible failure modes today, was a warm sector that got pinched a little bit. Not that today's not going to happen, or is a failure. I'm pretty confident something will happen at some point, just don't know what. And it's pretty though. Does not look surface based though. I tell you what though, with this the lift on this truck and the suspension set with what it's set to, holy crap, every time you hit a bump it wants to jump off the ground. It's got adjustable suspension. They really need to noticed with the settings bit is it's not that it's rough, it's just it wants to get launched into the air every time you hit a bump. Some of you might notice that the hood bouncing up into the camera all the time.
We get in front training stage for tonight for a call.
Go ahead.
1103 Brookway Boulevard Extension. 1103 Brookway Boulevard Extension. Have a one-car accident. Going to be in reference to a one car has hit a brake column. Two more unit 3.
But in a situation like this, you pretty much just keep going and see what happens.
Understood, first responders. Have an accident, unknown injury. It's going to be a one-car vehicle. It's going to be an 1103 Brookway Boulevard Extension, 1103 Brookway Boulevard Extension. It's going to be a one-car accident. Hit a brick column in that yard. Agency has been dispatched. Lincoln dispatch clear 1610.
Stuff back in Louisiana looks like junk. Glad we left the Louisiana target, that's for sure.
Just rotate on the unit number, North Star.
46.
Number 46.
Anyway.
It's been quite a while since I've actually driven down here on 84. I don't even remember the last time that we chased right down here. Yeah, our Monticello storm just crapped off the radar. Are you kidding me? That might change. That might just be a fluke. I don't know. Sometimes these storms will, as they're showers, they go up and then they crap and then they pulse down and then they pulse back up eventually. We'll give that a couple of radar scans before we condemn it. Wouldn't that be something though? Come down here on a day with an enhanced risk for tornadoes, see nothing, and then the other day in Wisconsin on a day where there really wasn't even much of a tornado threat at all, damn near zero, we see 2 tornadoes. That would be something. I need to change the camera mode, I think.
If you would, could you just fix over that front sheet for me, please? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I'll just fix it over to forgive me. Yeah, well, appreciate it.
That's the Monticello storm shower. It's really not looking too hot. It's just ahead of us. We'll keep with it though. Not going to look like an idiot by giving up on this and then 20 minutes later having something produce a tornado. I have done that before and I will not make that mistake again. not sure what to do once we get up here to Monticello, because just going north seems kind of pointless. Because you're just going to run into that. You're basically just going to cross over the warm front in like 4 miles. But there's also convection, so just for the sake of seeing a cloud, you almost have to go north. Probably go north out of Monticello, just to get a view, since nothing else is happening. Okay with looking at elevated rain showers, I guess. I mean, if that's all we're going to get, then I guess that's what we're going to look at. Probably, Jesus guys, I don't know. We'll find something to do, I'm just not sure what that's going to be. There is a stronger kind of linear segment that's north of Laurel, but
Liberty
doesn't look that good.
Off the 84 highway. Probably 70-year-old male, high fever. The family just got over the flu. Their body is on the floor shaking. As soon as we get a unit cleared, we'll get to that level.
There's just no good east option. You gotta go all the way up to Georgetown, even that's not a good east option. It might be better to just stay east on 84, I guess. So I think these storms are gonna start to sag south a little bit. Actually pick up the warm front on radar a little bit. Those are all all north of the warm front now. Here's our warm front right there.
We're going to be back
At the beginning of the frame, you can see that line right about there. It's the warm front moving southeast. So all those storms are north of it. Tornado producing storms are going to have to be south of that.
We're not on 84 with the family bonds.
It'll be you get a call about license possibly doing that. I'm seeing a city doing it support. I just heard it's kind of low.
There's plenty of north options, I guess, later on. I'll probably just put Laurel in the GPS and go toward Laurel, I guess, and then if we need to, we could go north on Highway 49. That would get us up into those if we need to. Wow, what a slow start. About 55 minutes from Laurel, that's not too bad.
298, 297, 031, 298.
You're not gonna get anything really interesting north of the warm front, I don't think. It could just be a waste of time and fuel to go up that way. If we'll continue toward Laurel, if nothing else happens, we can always just full send and go up 49 and just drive into it and see what's up there, I guess. But the day is still early. It's only 4:30. It's not even dark out yet, so you can't really write today off. Plenty of time. We really need to start in a couple of hours. I need to start paying attention to tomorrow. So I can figure out where the heck to start aiming for later tonight. Tonight or something, I don't know. Probably get fuel in Laurel. Probably won't need it, but it's a good idea to make sure we have it. We're regardless, thanks for following along, everybody. Appreciate everyone being here, even though it's a slow start. Just a little bit behind these. It probably makes more sense to go east and then north anyway. Even though they're probably going to be elevated when we encounter them. I mean, I'll take it. It's better than nothing, you know. This is kind of the reality of what I do, you know. Not everything is as exciting as some people may think it is out here. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Snowstorm going on right now in parts of Texas and Oklahoma. The original plan was to go out for that, but then it became obvious that there was going to be a severe weather event, so I stayed for the severe event instead. Not exactly how I expected the day to start, not gonna lie. I actually thought we would have a tornado warning or two by now. I mean, we did earlier, way out of the, you know, way west, but I thought we would have something out here. But that's how these vents go. But we'll see if they put out a mesoscale discussion or anything sometime soon. They might, talking about what the SPC's thoughts are with all this. Be kind of curious to know what they think. Stop in Laurel or something. But if any of these storms go severe, granted they're all north of the warm front, but they could still produce wind and hail. If they go severe, we could get up there pretty quick if we have to. Lots of north options here. Preferably Highway 49 up here in like 20 minutes. Yeah, Wisconsin's motto actually might still be forward. I don't know if I would really call somebody stupid for that. I know at one time it was forward, but I really don't like where I live, so I don't really give two shits what their motto is, so I may have changed by now, but in fact at one point it was forward, so I don't think that person is stupid. It's a little harsh. Folks. Not giving up yet. This is kind of how I thought the stream was going to go the other day when we were up in Wisconsin. It's like these days of flip-flop with what I would expect. I might go up 49. Would have went up 27, but there's just not a good east option until you get about 30 minutes up the road. So once you get on that road, you're kind of stuck with going north, and it wouldn't have given us any opportunity to change our minds. Only reason to go north is just to see something. Even that stuff off to the north is really biting now. It's not doing so well. I'm definitely not in a hurry, because the second we get in a hurry and start blasting east as fast as we can, then immediately something will happen back here. It happens every time. Blinker. I don't know why you would use one of those anyway. Radar does show a couple of updrafts trying to form down there south of Brookhaven, south of 84. Our warm front is right about here. So as they move to the north, they're probably going to get ran into by that and crap out. If by some small miracle they start moving a little bit more east, then they would have a chance, but that warm front is going to come and cut these things off, I think. There is a severe thunderstorm warning up there north of Forest, Mississippi, north of Interstate 20. It's an elevated storm. It's producing some hail. Not too interested in that.
Copy, so turn around. GT 37.
First stream in a long time where like nothing noteworthy has happened. Again, that might change, but for now, nothing interesting is happening. That's a look off to our north, just because did just issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that little line cluster segment there. That's northeast of Laurel. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour wind, so nothing too great. It's going to be moving into Alabama soon. We're way out of range for that. Way out of range, but if we get on anything, it's going to be this stuff here. It's south of Jackson. It's going to be moving up toward I-20 soon. Once we get to Laurel, we can go due north to I-20, or we can go up toward Meridian. I'll figure that out once we get closer. Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion. They're considering continuing the tornado watch farther east to Alabama. Yeah, I think going east is the right call right now. Stuff down by Macomb and Brookhaven is starting to develop here into some showers. So those were those updrafts I was mentioning a couple of minutes ago, but I still don't think that those are going to be successful at that. I think they're going to get interfered with by the stable air or the cooler air. But I'm watching up closely. stuff off to our north that's approaching I-20, it's honestly falling apart. And that elevated stuff isn't working out. That stuff on it coming out of Louisiana is going to do anything. Don't think so, but I don't know. I didn't think that today was going to be this this slow. The mesoscale discussion basically just, in a nutshell, says that there could be the necessity to issue another watch or another another watch. Farther east into Alabama, 60% chance. So there'll probably be either a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch issued. They're talking tornado watch, but we'll see how trends are. I mean, I could see them maybe going either way.
Station info.
radio radars. I just can't. I wish we had a radar in Meridian, Mississippi. It's really that's severe warning storm that's crossing in Alabama is in kind of a tough spot right now. Severe thunderstorm warning also southwest of Jackson, crossing over. I don't know if that's anything we need to care about or not.
The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Clark County and east central Mississippi until 5:30 p.m. At 4:38, the severe thunderstorm was located near the setup on your equipment moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Time to just go to frickin' I-20 at this point.
And 45 hill. Impact hill damage to vehicles is expected.
Kind of caught in the middle right now.
To roofs, siding, and trees. Break.
Almost might want to just find a spot to sit and observe.
Stonewall and Sykes around 4:45. Middleton is stable around 4:50. Snell around 5 o'clock. Hill direct is radar indicated. Wind direct is radar indicated. There will be wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Rear protection go to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 7 p.m. for east central Mississippi, especially.
Yeah, so my thinking is we might want to just start to slow down. I mean, the severe thunderstorm warnings are all elevated storms, which, whatever. It doesn't have to be a tornado-producing storm for us to look at it.
Stand by for weather update.
But I'm watching that storm that's crossing into Mississippi, south of Vicksburg. We may want to start looking for a spot where we just stop for 15 minutes or so. Because we're really close to Highway 49, which would take us north if we needed to. Or also be in the path of anything that may develop here if those little showers north of Macomb do anything.
At 4:47, a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Blue, over St. Joseph, moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard includes 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-hour size hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Break.
Coming up to Collins right now. Doorknob, seriously, I've got my blinker on and this idiot's still flying up behind me. Are you kidding me? God damn. Give anybody a license these days. Use this like abandoned driveway thing right here for a little bit.
Head east on US 84 East.
All right, we're just going to watch for a minute. There are a couple of storms.
Head east on US 80.
I'll show you.
Head east on US 84 East.
Okay, this.
Head east on
This
US
needs to
84
stop.
East.
So we're sitting here. We've got these little showers or updrafts attempting to develop down there. Severe thunderstorm warning here that looks like a hail producer. Our warm front is somewhere right along here in this vicinity. All these up here are crap. No point in those. I am interested in these down here and these here, but those are going to become elevated soon. This one up here is our backup plan. If nothing's going to happen, if this is a bust, we get sick and tired of this, we're fed up. As this moves toward Jackson, it'll probably start to move a little bit more east than northeast. We can go up 49 and we can get right in its path. Ideally, these down here along Highway 84, coincidentally where we just drove through, one of those would become severe and that would be our best shot for the sake of the stream anyway. All of these that are out here moving east, there is a tornado threat in this region out here. New tornado watch is probably going to be issued out there, but that's going to take forever to get out there. We're talking, we're about, give or take just a little bit, roughly an hour from the Alabama state line. So we're talking about an hour to get there. These are moving at 45. So in an hour, these storms are going to be, in an hour, these storms here will be right here, and we'll be right here. You know, we're still going to have that. We're still going to have that that gap in there. Freeze up. You know, we'll still have like a 38-mile gap in there. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think it makes sense to just sit here for, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes maybe. Watch these as they develop, because as they move to the northeast, we could catch them very easily on 49. And if that doesn't work out, we've got our backup plan. And I guess I'll tell you if I change my mind.
132 will be out of destination, ending mileage 204, 602.5, repeating 204, 602.5.
Just looking at a little bit of data here. Yeah, none of these look that good. And that's the thing, you know, as these storms move off to the northeast, I mean, I'm trying to find something something hopeful to talk about, but it looks like crap. This event's crap. Just being honest with you guys, this event is crap so far, but it could change. It definitely could change, and I'm not saying that for false hope. I truly mean that. I mean it. Like I said, I've seen these events go from 0 to 100 pretty quick. We'll just watch. We're looking toward those little storms developing near Macomb, Mississippi, and I'm hoping here in about 10 minutes or so we can have maybe a better idea of what's going to happen with them. Hopefully. But anyway, so I don't know. Hopefully we get something to look at out of these ones that are approaching us.
1700.
Those ones up there approaching Jackson might have some structure to them, but the visibility up there is poor. Guys, I think we actually need to start running up 30, or running up. My door is not open. We need to start running up 49. The reason I say I think we need to start getting up 49 is because these storms are moving northeast. And they're moving pretty quick. We should go up toward McGee. Because it would really suck if these do become the only shot at something today and we miss them because we're too late. We probably should start running up 49.
Continue on US 84 East for 2 miles.
Run up 84 to the next intersection, Mount Olive, McGee area, just kind of wait. We can dive back south if we need to, but I just have a feeling we might want to stay just a step ahead of these here.
Half a mile, turn left onto the US 49 North ramp to Jackson. Turn left onto the US 49 North ramp. Continue on US 49 North for 18 miles.
Alright, now we just go up 49 real easy. See how slow these storms are to mature. If they start maturing really quickly, we'll go back down 35, which goes southwest and would take us back down to 84, and we would go west really, really fast on 84. So I'm thinking about stopping up here at Mount Olive for that reason, so we have that option. But I think they're going to be slow to mature, potentially die, so...
Houston.
Yeah, stuff south of Brookhaven is starting to look a little more robust.
Houston, Jesse.
1708.
I will stop up here at Mount Olive, a couple of miles, yeah. That should work out well for us, I think. Does show a little Brookhaven cell, even the one behind it, trying to intensify. Even this one up here, but they're just, I think they're gonna get smoked by the warm front. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Gas station in town. I thought there was another one up here. Maybe not. I could be wrong.
Head north on Rock Hill Road toward Mississippi 35 South.
I thought there was a
In
better
600
gas
feet,
station.
turn right
here.
on the Mississippi 35 North.
I will get some fuel. We don't need it, but I got half a tank, but it's probably best to just get it now than later, because if we have to get it later, it'll probably be in the middle of the rain, and I'm not going to want to get out and do it. I might go in, but it looks like they don't have like anything here. Sorry, yeah. Yep. I'm sorry? No, it's just rain. Okay. Just rain now.
I know they said we were going to be on a watch until 7, so I didn't know all that.
Yeah, it's all just rain right now.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Okay. I don't know, because I'm getting fuel. Yeah, the Monticello storm. It's trying. We'll probably have to cut it off somewhere up in here. I guess. All right, fuel acquired. I wish I didn't have to pay for fuel. I'm so sick of spending money on gas. All right. Continuing here. Man, my door is not open. Shut up. See if we can sneak out of here without drawing attention to ourselves. It's kind of hard to do with this car. I think we will use this parking lot for a moment and watch this storm on radar for a minute. Probably draw a bunch of attention to ourselves too. Yeah, we gotta decide if we're gonna go to, if I want to keep going toward McGee and try to cut this one off, or if we want to be a little patient with it. It's always a tough call here, because these storms move so fast that we don't really have, like, you can't, what the frick is happening? Okay. whatever. So these storms move so fast that you cannot make the wrong decision because there's no time to correct for the error, period. I'm looking at a little bit of data here. Not really seeing anything on radar that makes me think anything on the map right now is more than just a wind or a hail producer. God, I literally just opened up YouTube because I was going to try to check for comments on our videos. Literally everybody on YouTube. Everybody's copying Ryan Hall's thumbnails now. Significant deep south tornado threat. Significant Dixie tornadoes likely. Super Bowl tornado threat likely. The only honest freaking title on here I see is, oh, hold on, never mind. God, some of these guys got to stop with this clickbait shit. It's just getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, we got a significant tornado outbreak going on right now, guys. Batten down the hatches. And everybody rips off Ryan Hall's thumbnails. Like, Jesus Christ, like, let the guy have one thing to himself. I know how that feels, though. I mean, everybody kind of rips off, well, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people rip off a lot of the stuff I do, and it irritates the hell out of me. Creativity is a good thing. When everybody starts doing the same cookie-cutter thing, then we end up like North Korea, where everybody's walking around in gray jumpsuits and is miserable, and there's no creativity left in the world. You know, there's nothing wrong with creating your own thing and your own brand and doing that, because the more diversity that we have in anything, the better this world is. And now it seems like everybody is literally just trying to rip each other off. This isn't just a storm chasing thing. This is a YouTube thing, a social media thing, businesses, just everything overall. People are just trying to one-up each other, and instead of one-upping each other, you know, maybe if we all started doing our own thing, I mean, there'd be a lot more diversity, which would mean better business, better everything, better creativity, you know. Starting to not like where this world is going. I'm really afraid that my generation is just destroying this world. Not happy with these damn 24 to 30-year-old snobs out here these days. Not happy. Not what I signed up for. I was born about 20 years too late, I think. God, I don't even want to know what this dumpster fire is going to look like in 10 years. Anybody else? I've talked to a lot of people my age, you know, 25 to 30 years old, that grew up in rural communities, and a lot of us kind of feel the same, where we feel like we're just stuck in the wrong generation with a bunch of softy snobs. Jackson's going to get cored. Yeah, give it half hour, 45 minutes. That warning up there is for 1.75 inch hail. That storm's kind of messy looking here. Let's take a look at it. I mean, it's a strong looking storm, but it's kind of nasty, messy looking. Still watching ours down here. It's coming right at us. Start seeing it on the front camera here. So we're actually in a good spot. We might even be able to actually get a visual on this. Yeah, any day now something might happen. This is that classic waiting period. All right, so we are looking to the, southwest at these storms coming toward us, and man, they don't look that great. We might start to see a little bit of structure with them, maybe at about 5 minutes-ish, I would think. If we're lucky, because they'll be approaching, and at which point we'll probably have to start moving so we don't lose them. I'm going to spin the roof camera around and see if that's got a better view. Not really, but we'll switch to the roof camera just for something different. From what I'm hearing, or seeing, that winter storm out there in Texas and Oklahoma kind of sucks right now. Apparently it's underperformed a little bit from what I'm seeing from the people out there anyway. But yeah, I almost went out there. That was the initial plan, but then a severe weather threat became apparent, so I came out here instead because severe weather is always the priority. That's what's always most important. I'm sure we'll be on a couple more snow events before the winter is done, though. But if you think about it, we are, what, 3 weeks? 2 weeks? 2.5 weeks away from March, and the beginning of March is what I would consider the beginning of, I say this carefully, the beginning of peak tornado season as a whole. I consider peak tornado season in different parts, and sometimes it's a little bit different from what maybe the National Weather Service does, but just based on my activity and my, what I see in our behavior and tendencies and such with the stream, I kind of consider the broad peak tornado season to be from March 1st all the way through the end of June, like through June 31st. Outside of that, I mean, you can have tornadoes anytime, and you can actually have quite a few tornadoes there in kind of that secondary time frame, like July and August, and then again in November, December. But usually they're in different places. So down here, along the Gulf Coast, in the winter, there's plenty of tornadoes and such, but Dixie Alley, the southeast, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, tornadoes really start to pick up, the last week of February through March and then through April. But right around April 15th is when we start seeing those kind of rogue West Texas events start popping up sometimes. We start getting some Great Plains setups. Not many, but they're in there. That's that transitional period. But I would say like peak tornado season or prime tornado season for live streaming would be like March 15th through June 15th. Seems like that's when we see the most tornadoes and the most live streams. But what's nice to think about is we are literally a month away, a month and a half away from potentially being back out in Fort Stockton again. Usually right around April 1st, there's some sort of a hail setup or a rogue tornado setup or something that kind of almost gets missed and under the radar out there near Midland or Fort Stockton, Texas. And looking forward to going back out there again. It's been a long time. You say that every year. Right around this time of year, it's been a long time since we've been out there for tornado setups and such. But it's been, I got to count on my fingers. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. It's been about 8 months since we've been out in Clovis. So, even though it seems like it was yesterday. But I do like chasing down here. I like this time of year because it's starting to get a little bit more active. It's really, really hard on you as a person. I mean, it's hard on your body. It's also hard on your business from a financial standpoint. But when you get these like one-day severe weather events, like you get down in Dixie Alley, you get these one-day events, and you got to drive home, and then you don't get anything for a week. It's a lot of driving. Usually when March starts coming around through peak, for most of peak season, you can kind of just go out and stay out, which is a lot easier. It saves money, saves hassle. We'll be out there in Texas, the Texas Panhandle again before you know it. I'm hoping for another active High Plains year. Last year was so active in the High Plains, East New Mexico, West Texas, Texas Panhandle, Eastern Colorado. We were just out there all the time, and I really enjoyed out there. A lot of these chasers, I hear them chirping and they bitch about, I don't want to go back to the Texas Panhandle. A lot of these guys and that's fine, but you're missing out a lot. If you really care that much about a geographic region that you're gonna start getting pissed about it, it takes the fun out of it. In my opinion, East New Mexico, West Texas, Fort Stockton, the actual what I would consider the high desert, not really the high plains, but the high desert. It's some of the best places to chase storms. There's nobody around. You can go 3 hours without seeing a car. Not even kidding. I mean, it's nice to go out in the middle of nowhere and just be left alone and deal with the weather. There was a lot of complaints last year. Oh, we're in Clovis again. Well, I think it's great, They're out there in a wide open area. Everybody always makes their pretty much useless tornado season forecasts and stuff this time of the year, and everybody's like, oh, I think it's going to be, you know, a big deal, or I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Quite frankly, those forecasts are usually garbage. It's a crapshoot. Last year was supposed to be, you know, tornado outbreak of the century every 5 minutes, and it was just an average year. Look at radar. I think we want to start moving up the road. Looks like this storm is going to intersect 80 or 49 just north of McGee. So I think we'll go up toward McGee and let this thing go over us and see if it's got any hail in it or pretty clouds or whatever. Not too picky here today, that's for sure. Kind of take anything at this point. Yeah, the Yuma Day was fun, I agree.
Continue on US 49 north for 10 miles.
I almost didn't chase that day. I think I stayed in McCook the night before. Made it out there with barely enough time. Go up here and wait for this storm to cross. Yuma Day was unexpected. That was cool though, because we watched that storm literally from beginning to end. Even well before it produced a tornado, we saw it. I think that storm's going to be trying to cross the road probably right about when we go by, so this will work out really well. storm is slowing down a little bit. I think it's interacting with the warm front. I don't think it's going to do anything, but we might need to pay attention to this. We'll see if it, I'm curious to see if it crosses or not. It's probably going to cross. I doubt it's going to move east along the warm front. Storm is still west of Jackson. That's severe warn 1 for inch and 3/4 hail. Now we're starting to get some rain. This isn't that little cell, it's just some showers around it. Really don't think that this cell that's coming at us is going to do much, but it's really taking its time all of a sudden. It was moving quick, now it's kind of slowed down. So it might take it a minute or two. Got him to like drive by me. There we go.
In half a mile, turn right onto Main Avenue South.
We'll probably have to stop at this McDonald's briefly since we have time. Only chance for anything we get. Gas is 25 cents cheaper up here. Man, we screwed up getting it back there. Holy crap. That was dumb. Get some frickin' chicken nuggets or something. What an odd intersection. I figure out how to get. Let's go here. Let's see, 6-piece chicken nugget. No sauce. Gotta go slow here because this order hasn't processed yet. $7? Are you freaking kidding me? McDonald's used to be like, you used to go to McDonald's for like $3. $7 for chicken nuggets and a frickin' Powerade. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Hey, I got a mobile order. It's PF77. Okay. Wow, okay. It's gonna be a little questionable. I don't need a receipt. You can keep it. Thanks. Oh boy, this is gonna be questionable. You know it's gonna be bad McDonald's when you roll up to the speaker and the first thing you hear is "What's up?" It's like, okay, yeah. Welcome to McDonald's. Thanks. Alright, come on, McDonald's. We need these chicken nuggets stat. We got a storm coming. Probably should have just went in. It used to be faster to go to the drive-thru. Now it almost is faster to go in. This drive-thru person will not stop, like, just staring at me through the window. It's kind of creeping me out a little bit.
2-4.
Holy cow. This guy up ahead is, the guy in front of this white truck has gotten, like, 4 bags, like, giant bags, and 2 drink carriers handed to him already, and he's still getting more handed to him. What the heck did this guy order? Be lying if I said I wasn't holding my phone up to my ear pretending like I was talking on the phone right now, because this is kind of creeping me out. There's like 4 of these people staring at me in the drive-thru right now, but they're not opening the window. They're just kind of like staring at me like I'm stupid or something. And when I looked over at them, they like all looked away. It's like I'll just pretend I'm on the phone. Do that all the time. Oh my god, this guy just got 2 more giant bags. This guy must be ordering for like a group or something. This guy's gotten like just huge bags now of food. I've never seen someone get like so much food from a drive-thru before. Yeah, I do not do Kentucky Fried Chicken. No, You know what? Old Kentucky Fried Chicken, like 10 years ago, was a hell of a lot different than the new stuff. Now it's like weird. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's not the same anymore. It's not good. I don't know, I used to like it. It's like Pizza Hut. I used to love Pizza Hut. But they just suck anymore. Like, I don't know, the quality's terrible. Like, it used to be you would get like actual hot food, and like that's the one thing that I cannot stand is when you order food and it's cold. Like, I want hot food, you know. You order hot pizza and it comes as cold pizza, or like the crust is like rock hard, or it's just not the same anymore. Like, I think it's because all these places are focusing on like fast, you know, quick service and stuff. They don't care about the rest of it. You know, because Pizza Hut's got the drive-thrus and stuff now, they just don't seem to care about the quality. Like, that was my biggest disappointment, is when Pizza Hut started going downhill. Okay, guys, we may have to abandon the food. I can't wait anymore. This is getting silly. This is really getting silly. I might ask them if they could refund that, because we got to get going. But now there's nobody at the window. As soon as somebody comes back to the window, I'm going to see if they can refund this if we haven't moved, because we got to get going. Oh, we might be moving. Oh, look at that. Just in time, we're moving. We'll see how much food this... Oh, my God. Starting off with a drink carrier. All right. Maybe this guy's going to get like 10 bags of food, too. Happy Meal. He's got 3 adult drinks, 1 Happy Meal, 2 Happy Meals. I wonder if there'll be a third. 3 Happy Meals. What do you think? You think there's going to be a 4th Happy Meal? You can only fit so many kids in a Tahoe. I can't see through the back. I can't tell if there's a 3rd row in that or not. I'm thinking it's going to top out at 3. Yeah, we got a long pause here. I'm guessing we're topping out at 3 Happy Meals. Yeah, I should have just went in. Yeah, the Pizza Hut buffet. I think somebody told me that some of the Pizza Hut buffets are back. I haven't seen one. I haven't been to a Pizza Hut buffet in years. I'm pretty confident that the guy that got like the 10 bags of food ran him out of chicken nuggets, so. You know what would be awesome if these like fast food ordering apps would put an figure out a way to do estimated wait time. You know, so you'd be like, oh, this McDonald's says it's got an estimated wait time of 4 hours. Oh yeah, I'm not going to go to that one right now. That'd be nice. Probably a lot of logistics for that. Tom is pissed at me because he says probably a family and then called me a dick. You know, Tom. You know, I used to own a Tom GPS, and it was the biggest piece of junk I ever bought. Coincidental or not? Anyway, that's a really arrogant comment. Oh, that was not a Happy Meal. That was a bag. That was a really rude comment because I'd love to know how I'm being a dick by counting how many Happy Meals this guy gets. Fucking douche. God. Sorry, I don't know how else to say it. Alright, have a good night. Okay, I'm confused. I just got a bonus cup. I have a bonus. Whatever. Oh my god. I wonder if there's a reason for that. I wonder if the cup is leaking. I'm gonna leave the drink in the bonus cup because I feel like it's possibly in that cup for a reason, like maybe it's leaking. Alright, now that we've all determined that I'm a huge jerk for counting how many Happy Meals that guy was getting, we'll continue on. Apologize for the language, folks. Understand, I can only put up with so much garbage in one day before I have to say something. You know, I'm just so sick and tired of everybody on the internet is just so freaking mean. Can't even have a good time anymore. You make one joke and you offend everybody. It's just... I tell you what, next super chat gets this cup. I'll mail you the... Actually, no, I won't. That's stupid. I was just saying, that could be our prize for the day. You can raffle off this cup. But I actually might keep this. Might come in handy for putting some screws or some bolts in or something. I remember the good old days, like 2 years ago, when you could like joke around and have fun and people didn't get offended over everything. Uh-oh. Something's wrong. I got shafted. I got 5 nuggets. Are you freaking kidding me? I got 5 chicken nuggets and I ordered a 6-piece. Wow. That sucks. Honestly, what probably happened is that guy in front of us probably took all the chicken nuggets and they just said, screw it, this guy's been waiting long enough. So they probably just said, screw it, we're giving him 5. The heck with him. And here we are, whatever. Maybe somebody didn't know how to count. That's why I got the extra cup. You could be right. That is possible that is why we got the extra cup. Ship to New Zealand? Probably. I don't even know who you would use to ship to New Zealand, like DHL probably? I don't know. funny story about shipping stuff. I hope this doesn't offend that guy. Hold on, we might talk about something funny. Hold on. Christ. Anyway, funny story about shipping. It's actually not funny, but I sold something on eBay once, and I forgot to check, domestic shipping only. And some dude in some frickin' town or city or whatever outside of like London, England buys this thing, this computer part. And I'm just like, how the frick am I gonna ship this? So I had to go around, I had to ship it DHL. But DHL lost the package and shipped it back to me, whatever. eBay got involved, they took the money out, I had to send it to them, whatever, blah, blah. It's a big ordeal. And ended up getting lost in the mail like 5 times. The guy claimed he never got it, even though DHL said that it was delivered. And he disputed it with eBay, and I'm like, I got nothing, guys. Like, it says it was delivered. He says it wasn't. Like, what do you want me to do? So they took the money back out of my account. I'm like, God, you gotta be freaking kidding me. No joke. 4 months later, this computer part shows back up on my door from DHL with a big old red label across it says undeliverable. I'm just like, are you freaking kidding me? So this thing, and it had custom stamps on it. So this thing went to the UK, then it went back to Canada. Apparently at some point ended up in like, I don't know, some other country too, like frickin' somewhere in Europe. So this thing like went all around Europe in 6 months, and then it just shows up back on my doorstep with like no information one day after it said it was delivered in London like months prior. I was so pissed. I still have the box with all the like custom stamps and stuff on it. Yeah, it just showed up. Nobody called, no email, no nothing. Just showed up. DHL guy just dumped it off. Go up here a little ways and determine what to do next. Maybe time to say screw it and just go east. Because we are literally underneath the storm right now, and like there's nothing to look at.
Anymore.
Yeah, might be best to go up here to 20, I don't know. north of the warm front.
Continue on US 49 north for 4 miles. In 2 miles, take the Mississippi 13 exit toward Prentice Pocket.
Yeah, I think I'm going to head to I-20, guys. Get on I-20 and start moving east. I don't even know where I'm going to end up tonight. I got to figure out where to go tomorrow. A couple hours here, we get some more model data. I'll have to look at tomorrow, make a forecast. This guy's just stopping. Okay.
In half a mile, take the Mississippi 13 exit toward Prentice Pocket.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. Warm front keeps getting shoved south.
Yeah, I'm up here. I'm just gonna get up on I-20 and go east, I guess. I can drop. There's a lot of places to drop south if needed, but
Take the Mississippi 13
I kind of gave up on the warm
right on the
sector, honestly.
Mississippi 13
I'm at the
north.
point where I'm just like, screw it. If I get up on I-20, maybe get a shelf cloud or something, or some lightning at this point. Today
Turn right onto Mississippi 13 north.
kind of shit the bed pretty early here, I think.
Continue on Mississippi 13 north for 28 miles.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe at your sunset after dark things would go nuts, but I don't know.
Yeah, if I wouldn't have been partially north, I probably would have stayed on 84, but I was already halfway up there, so. I'm just going to go up to Meridian and go east. I need to look at tomorrow. I mean, originally I thought I'd end up in Dothan tonight, but that didn't happen. So, I don't know, maybe Montgomery or something, but I got to look at tomorrow. Maybe since today isn't doing much, maybe stuff will clear out for tomorrow. I don't know. actually a new mesoscale discussion out for the area that we left. Go figure. Possible tornado potential continuing.
Yep, I heard nothing.
How about now?
There you go. Radio's been doing that a lot lately.
I'm in the middle of like dead zone hell. But there's a new MD out. Go figure for Louisiana and stuff.
See, this is kind of what I was wondering. 'Cause I noticed there was storms popping, little guys, but back by Natchez and everything. This is what I was wondering.
I know, and I don't know where to go tonight. I need to look at tomorrow because where I go tomorrow might influence what I do here. Actually go back down to 84 now, seeing that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I have to keep chasing. There's an outflow boundary. That might be the magic right there.
I'm thinking about turning around and coming back down to 84, honestly. Kind of right about that last town that you went through. I'm thinking about coming back down there.
Yeah, I thought this was a good place to stay because the wild front was pretty much straight there, pretty close to 84, but just kept getting shoved further and further south.
Yeah, I'm turning around as soon as I find a spot. Oh, this sucks. I was actually hoping to maybe stay somewhere like Montgomery or something tonight, but I don't know. I'll figure this out. I'm going to get back down there. When I get back down to 84, I'm going to figure out tomorrow as well, because that's going to play into this a lot.
Yeah, I took a quick peek. It was showing like 9 a.m., so I was like, it might be an all-night grind. I mean, if this doesn't materialize or not, then I'll obviously head east, but you know how it goes down here.
Of course, the second I turn around, here comes a car. Yeah, I know. It looked like there could be maybe a later event tomorrow, too. I don't know. The problem is I didn't look at tomorrow this morning, so I'm going off of yesterday's data, but yeah, I'm coming back down there. I was kind of just going up to 20 and just getting out of here, but I'll come back down. Go figure.
Yeah, at least Mobile's not too far of a drive. Or we can stay at her favorite place in Biloxi.
Oh, shit, that might be too far west. I don't know. I guess there is, Montgomery still wouldn't be that bad to get to. Or somewhere south of there. One of those, something along 65 wouldn't be bad, I guess. It looks like it's a long drive, but it's usually not. But we'll see what happens. I guess it is still early. For some reason, it feels like it's a lot later.
In 1,000 feet, sharp right on Strong
Yeah, I
River
think
Road.
until it's daylight longer.
Sharp
Getting
right.
release. But man, yeah, this is kind of what I figured was going to happen. Be after dark.
Every time. Alright guys, I'm going to head back down to 84. There is a mesoscale discussion out. I'm not able to look at all these parameters while driving, so putting a little bit of trust in the SPC and their discussion. So going up to 20 pretty much would end the chase and just give us cold
I'm almost
sector
wondering
garbage.
be good to drop down to I-10.
If this stuff starts moving a little bit more east, then I'll start being more interested. With stuff moving north, it's hard to believe much will do anything, but I don't know. But they're saying a new watch is possibly going to be needed down here, so we'll stick around the area. This is only the first time that we've had to do a major U-turn today. I'm impressed. Usually we've done 20 of them by now. That guy's trying to take off. One thing I like about driving these newer trucks like this, guys, it just seems it drives a lot more refined. It's been a long time since I've had a newer vehicle. Last time, this is a 2020, and the last time I had a vehicle that was 4-ish years. This has a manufacture date of like late 2020, so it's about 4 years old. 3.5, 3 3/4, 4 years oldish, whatever. But I think the last time that I had a 4-year-old vehicle was back in like 2018. It's been a long time since I've driven something newer. Like, I don't like newer vehicles. It seems like they have problems with the stupidest stuff, you know what I mean? Like something doesn't, automatic this doesn't work, automatic that doesn't work. And it's always something stupid and it's a pain to fix. But I tell you what, this thing, these new Tahoes, man, they drive a lot better than those old ones. Like my old one, don't get me wrong, that thing's well maintained, brand new suspension parts all over it. The thing is just top tier. Very well maintained, but the ride quality, it's good, it's just not. This is different. The driving experience is better too in these newer trucks. It's been a long time since I've had something newer. Just kind of forgot how nice it can be. But no, this is not a police car. It was used by a federal agency, but it's not a police car. It's regular old Chevy Tahoe with a lift kit and a big freaking steel bumper on the front to run stuff over or whatever. But this thing's pretty nice. I can lock it from my phone and unlock it, which is pretty cool. Start it from my phone. No, I did not get a loan for it. I won't do a vehicle loan on a storm chasing vehicle. That just doesn't make sense because so many things could happen, you could be upside down on that loan real quick, I was just lucky to get a good price on this. I would like to talk about how much I paid and how much went into this, but I noticed a lot of folks sometimes get offended when I talk about money because the feedback that I get is that it comes off as me being arrogant. And I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm just trying to be open and transparent. Because a lot of folks really do have a genuine interest in what it costs and what it takes to do this. But there are some that I get a lot of negative feedback. Well, oh, it must be nice to have all that money. It's like, well, I really don't have all that money. It's just it's running a business. You know, you got to choose what you're spending it on. You know, I might, you know, a person could, in theory, have $1 million come into their bank account in a year. They could be a sole proprietor, and their business might take $975,000 to run, and at the end of the year, they only made $25,000. You know what I mean? Like, just because someone has money coming in doesn't mean that they have money. Just because somebody's got nice equipment doesn't mean that they have money. It just means that they chose to spend the money that they had on it. Whether out of a want or a necessity. For me, it's a necessity. Like, we have to have good quality equipment. Otherwise, you guys aren't going to want to watch. And if you guys don't want to watch, then I don't have a business. So, the business that I'm in, you're kind of trapped. You have to succeed. There's no middle ground. Like, you have to be successful enough to afford to do this, because you can't really half-ass it. Because if you half-ass it, then people don't watch, and then you've got nothing. This is not a business where you can make a lot of money for yourself. Your business can make decent money, and your business can thrive, but it's going to be your business. Like, my fancy cameras, you know, my fancy iPad, my fancy server, all the infrastructure. That's cool, but that does nothing for me. You know what I mean? When I'm sitting at home on a Saturday doing nothing, you think I give a shit about my camera? No. I would much rather have that money in a, I don't know, fancy golf cart I can drive around. I don't know. But I can't. It's got to be in the equipment. So, that's, all right, I guess I'll just talk about it. So, the YouTube channel members, you're going to get a full breakdown on this. It's going to take me a while to get all of it together, but just going off the top of my head, the truck itself was about, well, after license fees and all this stuff, was 20 grand, okay? Which is actually a deal for what this is. The reason it was $20,000 and not 30 is because it's got a lift kit. It's got a giant steel bumper on the front. These are things that depreciate the value of the car, because most people don't want to buy that. I do, because it's useful for what we're doing. But, so that was about 20 grand. And then the high performance Starlink dish, and this is all after tax price, because this is what I remember paying for stuff. After taxes was like $2,750, so we'll just call it $2,700. And then the spotlight, which we have to have. I mean, trust me, once you see me use it, like if some of you saw it the other night, you'll see why we have to have. You know, that was $300. The lighting equipment, because I had to go with different lighting, different mounts, because it's a different vehicle, just to do it right. You know, that was another probably $1,500 just for the mounts. I had most of the lights, but I needed the mounts and stuff. Interior equipment, laptop mounts and stuff, there's another $1,500. Like, you're literally, this truck alone, like, you rack up this money where at first it's like, oh, this isn't that big of a deal. It's $300 here, $200 there. But think about it, I had to put LED headlight bulbs in here because the halogen ones suck. These ones kind of suck right now because my fog lights aren't hooked up. That's why it's not lit up as well. I haven't installed my fog lights yet. I will be doing that probably on Tuesday. But, just to be able to see at night was $400, because it's $100 per LED bulb. There's 4 of them. It's $400, and you think, oh yeah, that sucks, but this stuff adds up so fast. You know, $400 here, $100 here, $50 here, $60 there. This stuff adds up so fast, and before you know it, you're at thousands of dollars, and you've got like nothing to show for it other than a decent vehicle. Well, you're kind of screwed if you don't, because if you go buy a junker and you drive a junker around, you're going to be missing severe weather events because your junker is going to be breaking down. You're really, that's why this is such a tough thing to succeed in. Like, you are absolutely screwed if you want to do this cheaply. And believe me, all of this completely just totally ran the freaking the budget for the quarter drive. But it had to be done. The opportunity was there, the vehicle was there. Opportunity was there, you know, and the reason behind it was there. You know, we've got the other truck. Literally today, the other truck went and did its job, getting some stuff delivered out there to Evansville after the tornado. It did its job. So it was either buy a nicer, newer vehicle for me to drive around that will serve us for a long time, or go buy a junker and drive that around. And that's not a good idea. So it's like, I'm finding, I used to be really, really big on you should buy older vehicles with lower mileage because they're cheaper to maintain. And I think that's okay to do. But after having this, and the short time I've had it, and the work I've done to it, I honestly think it might make more sense for what I'm doing to buy newer with like about 100,000 on it. Because you don't have the rust issues, you don't have the wear and tear on the interior so much, you don't have the dry rotting of the bushings and stuff. Like, so, I got this with just under 100 on it. And, it's 2020. Yeah, whatever. It could have stupid problems too, but it's a Chevrolet. It's not a Toyota Camry, like, where it's got all this dumb stuff that's a pain to fix. It's easy to fix for the most part. Already talking to Bob. We're going to have West Georgia Auto and Transmission Service. They're going to I don't know if we're going to rebuild the transmission on this or if we're just going to put a torque converter and stuff in it, but knock on wood, it doesn't need anything right now. Now that I say that, it's probably going to blow up. But these 6L80s are known to have issues. These later model ones don't have as many issues. But Bob says that their shop gets away a lot of times, as long as there's not a problem with the transmission, just putting a better torque converter in it preventatively, then you don't have those issues. Because the big issues with these 6L80s is the torque converters start to burn up and they start sending metal shards throughout the transmission, and then it's screwed. So we're talking like $1,500 for a torque converter, good torque converter upgrade. That's fine. $4,000 roughly to rebuild the transmission if we had to. I don't think we're going to have to, but just to do these things preventatively, that'll take care of that. The suspension on this it's pretty good. It's in good shape. Like the tires that I put on here are expensive, but they're good tires. All this stuff on these newer vehicles is fixable. On these newer trucks, anyway. We're not talking necessarily like the EcoBoosts that have turbos to go out on them and the cam phasers and the timing grenades on them, and it's expensive and crazy. I mean, you still have AFM on here. I'm going to probably tune the AFM out, but you have AFM, which, whatever. But as long as you change your oil, it's good to go. This thing's actually got maintenance records, and this thing's actually been on Royal Purple oil. The department that owned it literally has the receipts from where they bought the oil and everything. It's literally been changed like every 2,500 miles. Like, it looks like it was changed based on engine hours versus miles, which is good in our case. It's changed more frequently. It's had a lot of oil changes, but it's had like 50 freaking oil changes, so that's telling you something. But it's always been on Royal Purple, which, a lot of people out there complain about Royal Purple, and they're like, oh, it's too expensive. It's like, yeah, it's expensive, but it's really good oil. Like, I've used to run it and everything. Royal Purple and AMS oil, I mean, yeah, any oil is good oil as long as you change it frequently. But when you're doing extended idling and severe service, severe duty like this, it's honestly the really good quality oil like that does help. So we'll continue putting it on Royal Purple and every 4,000 miles. And it should last a long time as long as we take care of it. But that's the thing that sucks though. Like, I did an oil change on this. First thing when I got it, I did an oil change. Even though it had a record of its oil change, I still wanted to do it just to do it. Man, I forgot how expensive Royal Purple was. It was like $70 for 8 quarts of... No, it was more than that. I think it was like $90 just for the oil. It takes 8 quarts of... this thing takes 8 quarts. It was like $90 for the oil. It's expensive oil, but it's really good oil. It's worth it. I'd rather spend money on oil and take care of my truck than have it go to shit, I'm a big fan of AMS oil, but I don't... The big thing with AMS oil is you can extend your oil change interval a little bit, which I'm not going to do. I'm old school. I'm not going to do that. It's going to be every 4,000 miles. know, I'd plan to change every 4,000, and I won't let it go above 4,500. So Royal Purple is just fine. Plus, you can get it off the shelf. I tried to get Royal Purple as a sponsor. They haven't talked back yet. We put BF Goodrich KO2s on here. I was gonna put General Grabbers on here, but I'm with the KO2s, and so far they're pretty good. Just joining, folks, I'm headed south back down to 84. It looks like we may have an invigoration of a severe threat maybe down here a little bit. Just repositioning. But I don't know if you can tell on the interior camera, but we have full factory touchscreen with CarPlay, which is nice. Didn't have to put my own in here. Man, that's a welcome thing. But I am a Ford person, but I'm just not a big fan of the current Ford vehicles, so I just decided to stay with Tahoe. Tell you what, though, I don't even recognize the engine. It's still a 5.3. You know, same 5.3 that GM has been using for forever. But yeah, obviously it's been updated as it goes along. But I didn't even recognize. You pop the hood and it's like, wow, what is this? It's definitely this thing's got a vacuum pump on it now, which, I mean, I'm a diesel technician. Like, diesels have vacuum pumps. I guess I never thought of a car having a gas motor having a vacuum pump, but I guess power assisted brakes. But I think it's something to do with these variable valve time engines not producing enough of a vacuum to run the brakes, so they're sticking vacuum pumps on them. But I looked in there and I'm like, what the hell is that? It's a freaking vacuum pump. This thing's got 3 belts on it, for shit's sakes. You know, one for the AC compressor, one for the vacuum pump, one for the serpentine. I'm excited here for this summer. We're going to go out to Colorado, and we're going to go to Moab, Utah, and we're going to get this thing on the trails. This is absolutely 100% a trail rig. When I got this, it came from the Bureau of Land Management. This thing was like in Idaho on some of the reservation land. It had legitimate mud terrain tires on it. So this thing was built for off-road and was used off-road, like hardcore off-road. I'm not talking about driving through a cornfield. I mean like actual, you know, wheeling. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I was able to get my stock F-150 up in the San Juans and around Engineer Pass and the Alpine Loop, and I got a freaking bone stock 2008 Ford Expedition down Black Bear Pass. So if I can do that, I'm pretty sure we can take our trail-built, off-road built Tahoe down those passes. And I should be able to stream them using Starlink. I'm really looking forward to getting back into the off-roading. I used to do a lot of off-road Jeep stuff back before like 2019. I kind of miss it, so we're gonna get back into that. The only thing that might need to change with this truck for off-roading, it doesn't need to change, but I might put a different rear bumper cover on it. I might get a steel bumper cover. But with the lift on this, it still has a pretty good takeoff and breakaway angle. So that's the advantage of the big steel bumper up front, is you can clear obstacles with it. I mean, this thing's going to be a lot of fun for us. It should be a good truck. We just got to take care of it. The other truck is good too. We'll still be chasing in that from time to time. Every now and then I'll get that out on a chase, just to, you know, keep it in good shape, identify any issues. But you're going to start seeing that heading out to storm damage and such, kind of like it did today. But man, that truck served us well. We put like between 75 and 90,000 miles on that thing. That's been a good truck. Still is a good truck. As long as you take care of your cars, they usually take care of you. But full interior, I shouldn't say interior, we've got a full, what, if this vehicle wasn't marked, you know, it would be a kind of a covert build. But no light bar on the roof because there's no room for it. The spotlight and the Starlink. The Starlink dish is like 29 inches by 27 inches or something like that. It's bigger than like a pizza box and a half. It's huge. So we got that up there, the camera up there. It's just the light bar, nah, skipped on it. So you put an 8-head Phoenix light stick on the rear spoiler. It's also a directional stick. Did hideaways and all the taillight bulbs, and then put 60-degree Phoenix quads on the lower bumper. On the sides, there's Phoenix 40-degree Q3s, and on the above the wheel wells, it's double as alley and seat lights. And on the front, there's 2 Q3s all the way out on the sides of the bumper. There's a Fusion or a Quantum 600, which is a 60-degree optic. That's on the front center bumper. And then there's 2 Fusion 40-degree optic lights mounted, I don't know if you can see them, here and here. And some custom 3D printed shrouds from my friend Brandon over at Swatera Lighting in Pennsylvania. Really nice custom 3D printed. Or injection molded, whatever they are. Prevent flashback. That 40-degree optic punches through the window tint, and it looks better and it's more functional than that stupid light bar on the roof. I got so sick and tired of that. Those light bars, you know, they I don't know, they cause a lot of glare at night when you're using them. Did not go with a visor light bar just because I didn't want the flashback, but I'm pretty happy with how this thing turned out. It looks really slick. It looks really nice. I didn't want anything on the roof except the camera, but Starlink's got to go somewhere, and so does the spotlight. Spotlight's pretty freaking sweet. In fact, we'll take this back road down to 84. We'll take 35 down to 84 and we'll play with it. But you probably saw me using it in the tornado damage the other night. And I will never not own one of these remote spotlights ever again. I am going to turn off this. And again, you know, see, this is really dim. It's because I don't have those fog lights installed. I'm going to do that Tuesday. That'll brighten this up a lot. I got to wait for this guy. I will blind the hell out of this guy if I light this thing up. This is by far the coolest thing I've ever bought. You know, as a Phoenix user, installer, dealer in the past, all this stuff that I've done in the past, I've known these existed and I've never installed one. Watch this stuff. I'm gonna turn off the headlights for a second. Look at that. Isn't that freaking sweet? It's like 60 watt LED, and then obviously we'll turn the lights back on. But look at that. I'm doing that obviously with the remote. This is great for damage. No headlights. It's also good for using because we can tilt it up and we can shine it at the power lines, because some of you may remember I have a bad habit of running into power lines a lot. So we can use it to spot power lines when the power's out or after a storm or whatever. But that thing is fantastic. I've been intending to purchase one and install it for a long time. I just never did until now. I'm really glad I did. use it as a driving light too, but it's not really too necessary. Man, this truck is just so quiet too. Except for that rattling in the back. There's a plastic panel back there that one of the clips broke on it, and I bought some of those replacement like push-in Christmas tree looking clips the other day. I need to go crawl back there and put it in because it's driving me nuts. Every time we hit a bump, I hear it. I did that when I was pulling it apart. I'm heading back down to 84 right now. Looks like we may have some redevelopment of storms here later.
Oh, God, give me one for Hills Hill. 14, I think.
I actually put my old Starlink dish in service at the house just for home internet. So that old Starlink dish has seen some stuff. The standard Starlink dish, which is just the regular rectangular one, the one that's on the stick. That's actually for mobile. Okay, we are slowly coming out of the dead zone. Sorry about that. We got a lot of tree cover here. It's obstructing everything. We should be coming back. I was just saying that the standard Starlink dish, I had to cut it apart and built it into a flat mount. They work okay. They get the job done, but there's a big performance difference with the high performance, the mobile one, which I have on here. That's standard, man. That one that was on, oh, that thing had seen a lot. I mean, it literally was in a collision with a power line. It continued to work. Down here to 84. not seeing this invigoration or re-intensification of storms. We need to look at that mesoscale discussion again, I think. About 40 minutes ago, they issued it just saying ongoing storms north of an outflow boundary will pose a hail threat, which we know. Development near and south of the boundary is possible over the evening. Could pose a tornado threat. New watch issuance possible prior to 1Z, which is the expiration of Weather Watch 20. So we'll see if they issue a new watch. If they do, they'll probably do it here in the next 15 minutes. If they don't, then well, that might be it for the night. If they do, we'll probably stay out. We're at 84. I think I might want to go west just a little bit, see if I can find a nice spot to pull off and watch. Maybe even see a little bit of lightning, maybe. I'm not thinking there's a whole lot of lightning in these storms right now, but maybe we'll see some.
Hello.
Hello.
That might have been lightning. Start looking for a spot to maybe pull off. That right there would have been a good one. That would have been a good one too. I don't know why this guy's sitting right in my blind spot. He will not pass. What? Dude, I'm doing 45. Pass. Crying out loud. I'm sitting there with high beams on. It's driving me nuts right in my freaking mirror. pacing us this whole time. God, that shit drives me nuts. Yeah, now he's doing like 100. Like, what are you doing? Might be a road coming up that would be good. That actually would be a good spot, but now there's a guy riding my bumper again, so you can't just stomp on the brakes. I'm purposefully doing like 10 under the speed limit here to try to get people to go around, and they're not going around for some reason. Looks like we might have a spot here. Maybe. No, definitely not. I was hoping. We'll go down to the next one and see. I think we're at that point where we need to just sit and watch for a little bit. A lot of traffic. If there wasn't so much traffic, I'd just put all the lights on here and we can actually see what we're doing. Just don't want to blind everybody. Do need to find somewhere pretty quick though. That's a driveway. Really don't want to park in someone's driveway. It's kind of weird. That would have been a good one. Hard to find a good spot at night. Might be about as good as any. No, it's fucking Jesus. That right there, driveway. This is not a driveway. This is what I've been looking for. Something like this.
240 stays in there now.
2-4.
All right. Well, we shall sit and watch for a minute here. People that tap their brakes, like there's literally giant words on this truck that indicate it is not the police. But whatever. Anyway, let me look at some data here. I think they did issue a tornado watch.
Effective until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Monday. This watch includes the following counties in Mississippi: Covington, Forest, Jefferson Davis, Jones, Lamar, Lawrence, Marion, Simpson, Smith, and Waffle. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado watch number 20 has been canceled for the following counties in Mississippi: Covington, Forest, Jefferson Davis.
All right, so they have continued the tornado watch. Try to get
Well,
information
there's our tornado watch.
on that for you here in a minute.
Reissued, almost the same spot.
Interesting. All right, I pulled over here. I'm gonna start looking at tomorrow, kind of thing, because I need to. I guess that's kind of what's holding me back. I need to figure out what the timeline is here.
Yep, I meant to do that when I stopped to get gas and forgot to do that.
Let's see. Okay, so in fact, we've actually got a storm. Oh shit! I was gonna say we had a storm up here, but I had the radar pause. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. We've got this storm here to our south, and anything in here maybe could go tornadic, but I don't know, guys. None of this looks too great. Seeing any like mesocyclones developing on any of these? Probably not. No, not really. God, none of these look that great. Tornado watch is for a very similar area. You can see it there in the yellow counties. I'm still going over a few things. Here it is, tornado watch, few tornadoes likely, 2-inch hail, 70 mile per hour gusts. Let me send this over to my screen. That's the tornado watch graphic there. 2 tornadoes likely until 1 a.m. All those yellow counties there in the graphic are in the tornado watch. Does include Jackson up on I-20 as well. I think I will now proceed to look at tomorrow. Sorry about the slow period here. This is something I gotta make sure that I do, otherwise we're gonna be screwed. Look at some model data on my phone here. Let's see what the probabilities are for tonight. For overall tornado threat 60, EF2 to EF5 40. Tomorrow the tornado risk is mostly south central, southeast Alabama, the central Florida panhandle, and then central Georgia, maybe even into part of South Carolina. Flash flood warning issued there for Jackson. Not surprising because of all the rain. Yeah, so far today has been pretty uneventful. That could change, also could not. Trying to load some model data right now. Radar does show some stronger kind of embedded cells over there by Natchez still, but God, I'm not super convinced on any of this right now. I'm actually almost more interested in that stuff up by I-20. Maybe tomorrow won't even be an event. I mean, it's possible that tomorrow, like, 18Z HRRR, we're still waiting on the 0Z. 18Z makes it look like crap. Have you looked at tomorrow?
Heat up, but nothing came out.
You looked at tomorrow?
No, not yet. I was gonna stop here soon and look.
Lame.
Yeah, I feel the way this is going though, because today, again, 10% hatch. So far, nothing. Kind of makes me feel like tomorrow's gonna end up in the day.
I guess I'm gonna keep going west a little bit. I kind of like that stuff up by I-20 almost better right now, but it's just a crapshoot. Yeah, tomorrow's like heavy rain showers prior to noon, and then sunny day. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll look here in a second. I know earlier it was showing like a couple cells coming off the Gulf in the Florida Panhandle. That still showing up or crap out?
Honestly, I didn't even look. It was that 5% includes like the Panhandle and stuff. So I don't know. I gotta decide if I want to go to Georgia or if I just want to screw into the Panhandle or what. I'm waiting on 0Z HRRR to load. It's only half loaded right now. We'll continue west for now, guys, and girls and everything in between. If anything, might get some more storms for. I'm not in a huge hurry right now by any means, but we're just gonna make our leisurely way to the west.
One of these events, Dixie's gonna let loose. Probably be March.
Yeah, it's been a slow off season here for Dixie. You know, with the exception of like Panhandle and stuff like that. If we do want to be up on I-20. I don't know, guys. I don't think there's really a wrong or a right answer right now. gonna get dumped on now. Going under this little rain shower here. That extension of the tornado watch, we've got to do the kind of the natural thing here and at least stay in the area for a couple more hours and give these a chance, you know. They actually downgraded the slight risk. Downgraded the risk for tonight. Yep, downgraded us to slight. I didn't hear that. I literally hit a dead spot right when you keyed out.
I said nothing isn't looking too promising. I've had one flash of lightning in like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go west for a little while. If something doesn't happen here by 8 o'clock, I might be moving east. I'm not sure. I'm gonna watch the stuff up by Jackson too, see if any of that gets its act together, but this just ain't doing it.
Your types are 1846 to 1905. 1846 to 1905.
Oh, guys, remember, there's been several times where it's been a slow start to these storm chases down here in Mississippi, and nothing happens, and all of a sudden at 10 o'clock there's a tornado warning, and a tornado blows the town apart. So that's why I'm not just giving up on it. You have to have, it's a gamble out here, like you have to basically have realistic expectations, and the realistic expectation of right now for the rest of the night for a couple more hours is you have to realize that there could be something, or I'm going to rephrase that, there might not be anything at all, and we might be just driving around like idiots, or a tornado could blow a town apart.
Now. That's one thing I noticed earlier, like
so
low-level suck and surface.
Just have to have realistic expectations that
up.
something probably won't happen, but something might happen, and if it does, well, you're going to want to be there. So you just kind of have to like de-escalate yourself and realize that, okay, it's probably not going to happen, but it might. I've seen it happen plenty of times. Yeah, that cell that passed over me a few minutes ago, I thought might get organized, but it's not. Like you said, I'm not even getting lightning off of these damn things anymore.
Yeah, that one caught my interest there for a little bit, and then it's like, nah, it's not doing anything. Yeah, I don't know what to say right now.
I'm in no hurry to move west. I mean, I'm moving west. I'm doing like 50. But at some point when I start moving east, I'm going to be going kind of slow because I've made that mistake before where you outrun it and then something happens. Like, I'm trying to be patient, but it's kind of hard to be patient when you don't really see any change. But I don't know, maybe now that the sun went down, maybe something will happen with the jet. I don't know. I'm surprised the watch is 60-40. I was kind of surprised it was that high, but let's see what happens. Kind of reminds me of the, well, no it doesn't. The setup does not remind me of the low-end tornado night, which, when was the low-end tornado? Wasn't that like June 23rd or something? It was back in June. But, God, it's way back now already. The severe weather setup doesn't remind me of that. But the situation kind of does because, you know, you've got really not much happening, and really quickly, you know, snap of fingers, something pretty considerable can happen. Kind of like what happened on the low-end night, where yeah, there were some tornado warnings, there were flash flood warnings and severe warnings all over the place, but nothing was really producing anything significant. And then all of a sudden, when we thought the night was going to be over, we get a significant tornado that just plows right through that town, does a ton of damage. So that's the thing with these storms, guys. These setups, out in the plains, stuff is more predictable out there. I feel like the forecasting is a little easier. There's less variables. Usually I can be pretty confident and say, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, these storms of the west, the fact that there's nothing in the inflow region
but
to kill them, like they're clean, wide open,
down
not
here,
doing anything is.
Sometimes it's hard to tell if you're done or not. I was actually surprised that they extended that tornado watch. But yeah, I thought that stuff. I thought maybe that stuff up by I-20 was going to take off and at least be severe, but we don't even have any severe warnings on the board now at all. I don't know what to think here. I mean, it was pretty obvious today that the warm sector got closed off
Jim Davis Sheriff's Department,
too early, which ruined it for us. But I mean, obviously we don't really have warm sector now, but I don't know, man. This is weird. It's kind of one of those events where should have went and done the snow out there in Texas, but if I would have known this, but no way to knew it was going to do this.
Wow, got some lightning. I'll say, it seems like every time they put a 10% hash out, nothing happens. It's weird.
It's kind of screwed up. I mean, I literally, in theory, I could have chased the other day on foot. I could have live streamed 2 tornadoes on foot from my house on a 2% day. That I wasn't even intending to chase. I just saw a storm nearby, so I went out and looked at it. Almost didn't even stream it. Come down here to a 10 hatch, and I haven't even been in a severe thunderstorm warning all day. It's kind of messed up.
Yeah, my favorite days are the low end days.
Well, like, I understand why they went 10 hatch. I mean, it looked pretty good there, but it became obvious pretty quick there that warm front retreated way too far south, way too fast. I'm just honestly surprised that happened. I mean, I knew that was a possible failure mode, but like this morning, everything was clearing out. There was sun, things were looking pretty potent, and then it just, it pissed its own pants. Like, it's not really what I expected. I expected at least a couple of tornado warnings over here, even if it didn't produce. I thought something would have gotten a little bit closer to attempting, or a squall line or something.
Yeah, I know. I had another flash of lightning. You could say things are getting pretty serious now. Oh, more lightning. Man!
Yeah, one popped up on the map in front of you. Better call it in.
I can't remember who did it. Somebody, that tornado warning that was south of Little Rock the other night, somebody wasn't even there. And because it had, like, broad rotation on radar, they called it in, reported a tornado, and then they warned it. The dude wasn't even there.
Did you see the spotter network icon with the name? It was like Fraudy McFraudster. I think we know who that probably was, but at least they weren't measuring flood depth with chicken body parts this time. But I don't know. I saw that and I giggled. Like, yeah, it's really unprofessional and it's absolutely annoying as hell, but it's pretty funny. And it was like 2 miles outside of the circulation on that storm. Last hope for the short term is these cells here, these convective showers, trying to form there near Brookhaven. Let's see if they do anything. I don't think they're gonna. Breaking news: StormNet has like a 1 pixel dot for those storms coming out of Brookhaven. That's like not even a pixel.
Well, seeing some more lightning. Like maybe there's a pixel of a chance.
Well, hold on. There's a StormNet model for lightning. Oh, hold on here. Not working on my tablet, darn it. I was going to give you probabilities for lightning, but unfortunately my tablet's not let to be selected, so we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way and snip the dirt. If nothing happens, this will probably be the first time in quite some time that nothing has happened on the stream. need to put import all of the Waffle House locations into the locations file on Radar Omega.
For 1808 to 1809, 1808 to 1809.
I wonder if there's a way to automatically do that. I need like a KML file or CSV file or something from Waffle House with all of the locations, the addresses, or preferably map pin or GPS coordinates, probably. Figure out a way to auto import Waffle House. Just have the little Waffle House icons in the app. I guess we could just put cyclone ports at every Waffle House. Maybe that's what we need. If there's anybody from Waffle House watching, get a hold of me. I can get you guys the best, most customizable radar app with radar or weather surveillance equipment on site installed in your pocket at a competitive price. Need Waffle House corporate to reach out. Hell, I'll even put a Waffle House bumper sticker on my car. Just put weather stations at every Waffle House. 709, that'll take care of everything. So then they can figure out their Waffle House index. We could even program, I'm sure, we could automate their Waffle House index. Like, oh, the anemometer is showing us a wind speed of 110 miles per hour. They're probably in a tornado or a hurricane. Oh, there's freaking code red Waffle House right there. And we could even detect power outage. Like, oh, the power has been noted as out. Code yellow or whatever. You see, I'm thinking outside the box here, people. You can integrate weather and Waffle House and build a unified superpower. I say that as a joke, but I'm honestly not kidding. I mean, I'm surprised these Waffle Houses don't have some sort of, at minimum, like a home grade weather station on their buildings or something. We must import the Waffle House location. Somebody at one point made a GR3 place file with all the Waffle House locations, like as a joke, and when I used to run GR3, I had it. Seriously, think about that. We put cyclone port hardware at the Waffle Houses. Right? So, I mean, they're always open. They're always on their generators or whatever. And we'll just start using those as, like, remote bases. So, oh, you're planning for a hurricane? All right, well, we'll just meet at the Waffle House. You know exactly what's going on at the Waffle House now. The next thing I'm going to make a motion for is we need to get a Waffle House in every county. In everywhere. Like, everywhere. We need a Waffle House, like, in the middle of every county. That's the one thing that I hate. And I'm serious, I hate it about chasing and, oh, there was lightning. And, like, the traditional tornado alley out in the plains is there's no Waffle House. Like, there's no fast, semi-quality, 24-hour place to eat. You can find some IHOPs and some Denny's and stuff, but that's not fast. That's not, well, usually not 24 hours. You need Waffle Houses in more places to solve problems with that. I don't know, is Perkins still around? I know Perkins used to be like a sit-down restaurant version of Waffle House. Like, you know how Olive Garden, like the atmosphere at Olive Garden is like superior to Applebee's? Well, like Perkins was what Olive Garden is to Applebee's, except they are to Waffle House. I feel like we used to have a Perkins in Madison, but I think it's shit. What is it now? I don't even remember what it is now. We used to have a Perkins in Janesville too, but it's a Chili's now. I remember we would do a lot of hospital transfers at night with the ambulance service. We'd always stop at Perkins at like 2 o'clock in the morning. It was always pretty good. Kind of slow though. They gave a really good discount though for public safety. So it was always cheap. Waffle House is nice because you can get out of there with, I mean, yeah, without the tip. I mean, you know, before you deal with the tip, because that's always variable. But without the tip and everything, I mean, you can get out of there for like, what the fudge is going on over there? This guy get his mail. You can get out of there for like $12 if you want to. I mean, you're going to spend $10 at McDonald's or whatever anyway, so you might as well just go to the Waffle House. Perkins is a fancy truck stop diner. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty freaking much. I really wish we had a national, like, chain that was fast, that was always open 24 hours. And I'm not talking about McDonald's, because honestly a lot of McDonald's they're closing at 10 or 11 now. Like the one in my town used to be closed at, it used to not close, and now it closes at 10. All that. It's just Waffle House, and then like you go out in the plains and stuff, and there really isn't anything. Unless you find like a, you know, like what was mentioned, like a truck stop or something that's got a restaurant open, but sometimes those are hard to find. You know, because I don't like, when I'm out here doing this and I'm busy, I don't operate on a normal schedule. Like, I don't go to bed at 8 o'clock and get up at 6, you know. Like, it might be up all night, might be up until 4, you never know. So, I mean, sometimes you're eating dinner at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, it's nice to have somewhere to go. I'm watching this cluster. It was looking more promising. Now it's looking kind of strung out, but I think I might head back, and it might be time to maybe go for that. I don't know. Alright, it's decision time. Corey, do you have any visual on that thing at all? That blob?
Oh, which blob? The one to my north?
Yeah, I guess any of them, though.
Yeah. Not very good. I flipped back around.
Yeah.
So it looked like this one on the north was trying to get a hook going, but now it looks like a blob.
Yeah, I'm literally flipping around right now just to go back east. I'm going to slowly move back east on 84. It's like, if I go to 55, I can't go north because I'll be driving in the rain all night. So I'm just going to go slowly east, and if I have to go north on one of those roads, I will, but... Oh my god, like, I don't even know what I'm doing at this point.
Yeah. That sums up the whole day.
Yep, sure does. Yeah, so I'm gonna go, we're gonna flip back around east, because that's the cluster ahead of us. It's just not doing anything. If it was doing something, we'd shoot north on 55, but it's not.
Well, I'm going back east now, all of a sudden there's lightning to the east. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I'm starting to get some here too. I'm on the other side of 55, going east too, but I've been noticing a few flashes now. I thought that cluster that was going over where we got back on 84 was going to do something, but it's just like disintegrating into showers, and barely even that. So, I don't know. I think if anything does do it, it's going to be quite some time yet.
Yeah, we're down to 62 degrees. Oh, sorry. It was 61. We jumped up a degree. But, yeah, I just think the warm front getting shut back south kind of ruined the day.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on tomorrow. Well, I mean, like, I think there'll be something. It's just, could be this all over again, or maybe it'll be something it's hard to get motivated for it. But I guess that's the plus side. If this does crap out really early, at least there's time to get moving and not have to drive all night.
Oh, need some Waffle House or something.
I was actually just talking to the chat about that. I haven't passed one. Damn this fucking thing. I was just saying, I was just talking to the chat about that, but I haven't passed one for a while.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of nothing on 84. That's for darn sure.
I think there's one in Laurel. I don't know. My suggestion is we need to get all these Waffle House locations imported into Radar Omega.
I tell you, you need to get a cyclone for at every Waffle House except for the bad ones.
I just said that on my stream too, and we talked about it for 15 minutes. See, it's not just me.
That would be a good idea, but man, there's like Waffle Houses, and some areas like there's a Waffle House.
We need to get Waffle. God get Waffle House to start moving west. I don't know what we're gonna do because Applebee's closes at midnight when we're out in the plains.
Yeah, at least they're open till midnight though. Not freaking 9, 10 o'clock like a lot of places are. Dude, where I stayed last night, I went to Zaxby's or whatever. Like, I didn't really eat my dinner because I did chicken. I got chicken tenders or fingers, whatever the hell it was. It was good, but I just wasn't feeling it. And it's like 10, 11 o'clock, it's like, okay, I'm hungry. Open up DoorDash and like, go to McDonald's.
I hate going to Applebee's because they don't really have anything that I really like anymore. I mean, you know, the cheeseburger is okay, their sirloin's okay when the waitress isn't making me cry about it. Like, the last time that I ordered that steak at Applebee's was when we were in Salina after that blizzard, and I thought that lady was going to cry because I hadn't eaten it yet. It was awkward as hell. Like, I'm just not a big fan of Applebee's anymore. The stuff just isn't, like, it's all frozen microwave stuff is what it all tastes like anymore.
Yeah, it depends on the cook. There's some Applebee's that are like really good, and there's some that suck. Just like Waffle Houses, there are some that are really good, and they really suck. But you have that with like Texas Roadhouse and Longhorn Steakhouse, everything too. Like, you'll have the bad seed, and it makes you like, man, I'm never coming to this crap hole again, and then you end up going back.
I'll tell you the Waffle House that I will not go back to is that one down there in Naples. I don't remember which one it was, but it's that one that you weren't with, but it was the one we were at after Ian, and it was terrible then. And then it was that same one that we were at a couple weeks ago when we were down there for that like pseudo tropical storm thing. It was just awful. But like my steak, I'm pretty sure was mooing, and the bacon was like, I'm pretty sure they just shaved it off the pig out back.
Yeah, I was not a fan. There was another Waffle House we went to. God, where was that? I didn't feel good afterwards. Was that was it another Florida Waffle House? I can't remember. I remember you said you didn't feel good either.
Yeah, I distinctly remember the situation, but I don't remember where it was. I lose track of where we've been, honestly. But yeah, I don't want to. There was another one that was really bad. There's only been 3 that I've ever been to that I've actually walked away thinking, wow, that was terrible. But I don't remember where it was. I think I was alone that night, but it was somewhere down here. Like, somewhere on I-10 or something.
Yeah, show us clear. I need you to read up to what put on this Hispanic service ASAP transport return to UFC.
Yeah, it's always disappointing too when you're all freaking excited, like, oh yeah, Waffle House or whatever food place you go to, and it ends up sucking. Like McDonald's too, like, a week or 2 ago, I had the best freaking quarter pounder of bacon of my life. It's like, okay, I have to get another one, and then it absolutely sucked. Like, what the heck?
Yeah. McDonald's, you know, it used to be you could go there for like $5 and it was decent. But it's just gone to crap. Same with Pizza Hut. I was talking to the chat about this. We all agreed, like, Pizza Hut used to be great. Now it's, honestly, it sucks. Like, there are, like, you can get good Pizza Hut, but it's more often than not that it's crap. I think all these places are just, they're so worried about getting the food out fast, even when they don't get it out fast. But they're so worried about making it fast that they've just cut, like, every corner that they possibly can. Most of these Pizza Huts are just drive-thrus now. I mean, it's not what it used to be. I used to love Pizza Hut. Like, it used to be my favorite place to go, and now it's nothing like it used to be. It's like, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, I actually prefer to just make one of those $2 Roma pizzas at home versus Pizza Hut.
Yeah, about the only thing I get from Pizza Hut's their chicken Alfredo pasta bowl thing. And I tried their cinnamon rolls. Like, they're good. But man, they're freaking so small, they might equal 2 regular sized cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, I got the cinnamon sticks last night. Those are good, but it's a scam. You know, you get like 6 of them, but you can't eat the 2 outside ones. Well, I mean, you can, but it's not the same because they're like the crust pieces. And they're always like, every time I get them, they're like burnt or something. Like, it's not like the outside ones are like hard. But I'm pretty sure that those cinnamon sticks are literally just breadsticks with the cinnamon sauce stuff on them. So they look suspiciously like just the breadsticks with some sugar on the top of them.
Yeah, that's how they are, and they're usually hard.
Yeah, I was really pissed off last night. I opened up the thing and I used my Pizza Hut points or whatever for it, and I'm like, wow, this is what I get. This sucks. These storms are like shit.
Man, I think a storm in the north's gonna try trolling me. It's got the slightest hook on it. It's like, it looks like crap, but it's trying.
Yeah, at least down here you've got north options, like 27. I may end up going up 49 again. I might take 20 east. I don't know. But they've got a mezzo out for southern Louisiana saying all hazards and a watch might be needed again. For like, you know, the bottom, the south part of Louisiana. But I don't think I'm gonna. If tomorrow wasn't an option, I might consider going west, just because I haven't tried that yet today. But I'm not going to go any farther west. I'm about ready to go up to I-20 and go east, but even if you do that, once you get to Alabama, you still have to break off on that state highway. Otherwise, you end up going north and east.
Yeah, you're about better off running 84.
Yeah, I was really thinking about Montgomery, but I have a feeling I'm like 5 hours from there or something crazy. I need to, which I guess really, I need to start looking though, because it's going to be one of those situations where we're right about that time where stuff starts to get expensive.
And plus mess around too much, I'll end up having to freaking just stay up all night.
I mean, I guess I'm not against that, but I'd like to avoid it if I could. I mean, if it's going to stay, you know, if something's happening, it's different, but when it's like this, it's just almost impossible.
Yeah, as long as there's like something to keep you going, it's not bad, but like right now, like I can't do this all night.
No, at that point it's not worth it. It's 4 hours from here to Montgomery, and you're only like 10 minutes behind me. But yeah, they just special weather statement that storm, no big deal. I might just put Montgomery in the GPS and just start heading that way, but if something happens, I'll turn around. It's one of those things where if like a significant tornado all of a sudden looked like it was going to happen, and if it was farther west and it was going to put me out of service for tomorrow, because tomorrow doesn't look that great, I would almost be tempted to just write off tomorrow and just go for the SIG tour. But I don't think there's going to be a SIG tour.
Might be along I-10 or close to I-10 if it happens.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about taking 84 for as long as I possibly can, because it's really not that hard to get down to I-10 off of 84. A lot of south options. Montgomery's expensive, but it's not terrible. It's like $125, $130. I think that's kind of ridiculous, but for over there, it's not that bad. For some reason, Montgomery is really expensive usually. I thought it was going to be like $160, $170, but you run out of options down here.
Well, that's better than last night. Last night was pretty expensive.
Where did you stay?
Granada.
Yep.
Like all the
That's why.
cheaper hotels, like the close to the $100 ones. Like I was reading reviews and they had the best reviews. Like, well, crap.
Yeah. Like I've stayed in Jackson before. Like there's that like little hotel district. It's like all the hotels on the east side are like clustered together. Like it's like I don't think you'd get your car jacked, but I don't stay there unless I like have to because I like Jackson's got like the highest murder rate in the country or something. It's like I'm sorry, like that's not somewhere I want to stay. And it's so like dirty and nasty. I don't like that place. And Conway's up there, just north there. That's not Conway or Canton. That's not bad, and those hotels are a little cheaper. But still could have got away with going to Texarkana. But that's all right. Canton was cheaper, so I guess I got off pretty decent. I think it was only like $110 before tax, and so I think after tax it only came out to be like $125.
Yeah, I kind of wish I would have continued on at Texarkana. I could have at least made those tornado warnings this morning in Texas.
Yeah, I would have jumped on those if I was out there. But well, I thought this event was going to be way far east last night. That's why I went. And you made the mention about Meridian, and I kind of thought to myself, like, well, damn, maybe I was half tempted to go to Meridian. I'm really glad that I didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't long after I said that. Like, oh, why the hell would I do that? Because I was going down 55 already. It's like, well, that makes no sense to do that. But I figured, I will not stay in Jackson. It's like, I'll get close to Jackson. And then, it'd be pretty easy to get around from there.
Yeah, this is kind of a hole for hotels and stuff. It's like, you go west on 20. There's options, but like Monroe is fine, but some nights it's stupid expensive and sometimes it's not. Vicksburg they're usually okay, but there's really not much in Vicksburg, and you don't really have a good north-south option, so you're usually not there anyway. Continuing east, folks, if anything catches my eye, believe me, we'll go for it. There's just nothing to go for right now. Guy behind me to pass. That's one thing that like really annoys me when people have their high beams on. Which I'm all for bright headlights. You know, a guy's got to be able to see at night. I've got no problem with that. But when people behind you have their high beams on, and they're like, you know, a couple car lengths behind you, but so you slow down to try to get them just to go by. I'm doing 52 miles an hour into 65 right now, guys. This person will not go by. And they won't back off either. So it's like, I really don't want to pull over because I really don't want to have an interaction with somebody right now. But it's like you can't get people to go by you, but they're just going to sit there and leave your headlights on, with their high beams on. It's like, that drives me nuts. Just trying to melt holes in my eyeballs through my side mirrors, I guess. I don't have any tint on these front windows. I've got to get my front windows tinted. And I am no good at window tint. I do not have the patience, so I gotta find someone to, or somebody or someplace to tint these down to 20%, like the max. ASAP. That really cuts down a lot on the glare coming out of the side mirrors. God, dude, just pass. Frick. I don't understand that mentality. Just go by. It's a freaking 4-lane. Lane on the left is literally designed for passing cars. Nothing has even happened. We don't even have a severe warning on the table. A couple special marine warnings down there, though, and it's coming into Louisiana. That one of them might be a severe warning. Okay, there is one severe thunderstorm warning. It's just a land extension to this special marine warning. It's down there south of Lafayette, Louisiana. Doesn't look too serious. Other than that, it's kind of a dud so far. give this until Laurel to get its act together. I'm purposefully driving a little under the speed limit here because we don't want to outrun this.
Yeah. Tomorrow ends early too. I might make a run for the northeast, try to get that nor'easter.
Watch that bus too.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it at all, but last I heard from Brandon about it yesterday, it was downtrending, but I don't know, there's plenty of time to get up there, it might do it.
Dude, that thing has downtrended and then uptrended like 15 times in the past like 4 days. I don't know if we're on a current uptrend or a current downtrend, but it seems like every model run, like every 6 hours, people are either freaking out or they're celebrating or something. Oh, big snow totals, and the next model run, they're like, oh, this sucks. It's like, okay. But I haven't looked at it too hard, but yeah, when I looked at it last night, it looked like it was downtrending, but from what I see this morning, it uptrended, so I don't know if this evening, if it's a down or an up. Roll the dice, I guess.
That's pretty much how the models have been handling the winter side of things all winter.
Yeah, I know. I would like my original plan was actually to go out for the snow, and then the severe event popped up. Like, originally, the severe event didn't look like it was going to be much. What? Frick. This guy has been, like, riding my ass, and now he's, like, just flashing his high beams at me randomly. Like, what is this guy doing? God, welcome to Mississippi. But originally, I didn't see the severe event a couple of days ago, so I was just going to go for the snow. But, I mean, I guess I could have. If I would have went out for the snow, I wouldn't have been disappointed, but I wasn't going to miss a tornado day for snow. But if I would have, it would have paid off. But even that was kind of a downtrend, I guess. From the stuff I'm seeing, I guess it's not what it was originally advertised for. I mean, it was still a good couple inches and stuff out there and blowing snow, but I guess it's not the big 12-inch dumping that they were expecting or whatever.
Yeah, I was originally planning on going out there too. I was hoping Kansas would get it. God, I could go for another snow chase in Kansas.
Yeah, I would honestly like one more independent snowstorm like that where nothing else is going on this year. I mean, we're running out of time for them, but I would like one. But it seems like every time we get one, it's on an enhanced risk day, and I can't miss the enhanced risk or anything. But that's why I liked when we were out in Kansas, because there wasn't really anything else going on. Trying to have a little bit of patience here for these storms out in front of us, just north of Laurel. We'll see if they can.
Yeah, we're starting to get that time frame where there is going to be snow. There's likely to be severe weather too. But I wish there'd be another supply snowstorm. I have a better vehicle for snow now. Like, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that Buffalo event left me a little irritated. So I was all excited for a major snow event. And, I mean, they got a bunch of snow up there, but that wasn't a bust, but it was definitely not exactly as I'd expected. I thought that snow band was just never really that heavy. mean, they got a good, what, like 2 feet, 2.5 feet, but I expected the snowfall rate to be higher and accumulate quicker and stuff. Like, I felt like I kind of got screwed out of it a little bit. I'd like something to make up for it, because I really haven't done a lot of snow this year. In what, maybe 5 events, if even. I mean, shit, like last year I think I did like 15 or 20 of them.
That first day in Buffalo was pretty decent. But that second day was just... It's boring. Plus the roads, like, I don't know, like the slush or whatever froze up. Like, my car sucked the second day.
Okay, it's 23.
Yeah, that snow at the tail end of it in Ohio and Indiana was almost more eventful.
Yeah, but I drove to that bend in Cleveland, and that was freaking thumping. Then I got to South Bend, and like, I mean, it was snowing harder in South Bend than it did in Buffalo.
Yeah, that was weird. I was not expecting that. And then the next day it was supposed, they continued that winter storm warning for, I don't know what, like 8 more hours through the day, and like it wasn't even snowing. I planned on streaming, was it Saturday or Sunday, whatever. I planned on streaming, and I walked out of the hotel and it was sunny, and was like, yeah, I'm not. I'm going home.
Yeah, I mean, there was some scattered snow events that day. But I think the main reason they let the warnings up because the roads were just so bad. Like, when I went to Michigan City, like, a lot of the city streets weren't plowed. The roads just freaking sucked. I mean, I think that's the reason why they left the winter storm warnings up.
I think so too. We haven't gotten much snow at home. I mean, shit, we had a tornado. Well, we had 2 tornadoes. We haven't even had any snow this month. Like, the past 5 years or so, we haven't really had winter. And we had that blizzard. What's that? Is that that was what, the 3rd week in 2nd or whatever week in January? We had that blizzard, and then that was really it. I mean, we've gotten a couple of inches here and there, but it's all melted within a few days, with the exception of that blizzard, because it got stone ass cold out. But other than that, we haven't had any noteworthy snowstorms, and that's how it was last year too. We only had like 1 snowstorm and then a couple like flurries and like 1 inch here, 1 inch there. That was it. It's been really weird at home. It's like it's been winter, but we haven't had snow with it. It seems like that's how the whole freaking Midwest has been. This year I haven't even done anything other than the North Dakota or South Dakota, whatever that was, the Dakota snowstorms. Yeah, North Dakota, other than that, whatever you want to call that snow event. Other than that, I haven't gone west for snow, other than Kansas, like, at all this year. It's really surprising.
Yeah, because I went from North Dakota to Denver, straight to southwest Michigan. Then I think the next west event was that, supposed blizzard in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Which ended up not being nothing, and then the next day was Kansas. We had those 2 on that Wichita event. Like, honestly, so far, like, Kansas has been the best snow event.
You're right. I forgot about the Christmas one, where we ended up in Colorado and Kansas, wherever. We got stranded in frickin' Goodland. I remember that. But, yeah, it's been a weird year. I mean, like Dixie's been quiet, other than the Florida Panhandle. So, see if that changes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow ends up being a freaking Panhandle day, the way stuff's been going. I mean, if we don't get a good warm sector tomorrow or anything out ahead of this where it's any sort of destabilization, I wouldn't be surprised if it's confined down there on I-10 again. I mean, literally has been the year of Biloxi, I guess, all winter.
Tomorrow could be Georgia could be a high shear, low peak deal. But yeah, I need to dive into it more. Because part of me already just wants to go to the Panhandle, but I don't know. Gotta look at it.
Yeah, once I get up here to Laurel, I'm going to stop. If there's a Waffle House, I'm going to stop at Waffle House quick. But I'm going to get up here to Laurel and then look. If I go to Montgomery, I mean, I can always get back down south pretty quick. It's a good middle ground, but it'd be interesting to see if they keep that 5% tornado for tomorrow. If they totally remove that 5% tornado and just go with 2%, I might just go down to I-10 in the morning. It's kind of low stakes. Just take the gamble and go down there. I don't know. Today it looked like it was going to be really potent, and then, I mean, here we are. So if tomorrow looks like crap, maybe it'll overperform.
I don't know. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like today crapped out. Maybe tomorrow is going to be the day. I don't know. That seems to be the year for that. Or like that's how it's been going this winter. Like the first day is like, oh man, big day, it does nothing. And the next day, oh man, surprise tornadoes.
Well, it's kind of like the other day with the tornado event, because it looked like it was going to be a bust because we didn't have any, the moisture didn't really arrive. And then the better tornado occurred farther north, where there should have been less moisture. Like, I don't know. It's been really bad luck here with forecasting this year, I think. Last year it wasn't like this. It's like HRRR was pretty much right about everything last year. It's like it has its years where there's some, you get these stretches where you can just look at HRRR, go to composite reflectivity, run the slider out to 48 hours, and you know what's going to happen. And then you get in these other stretches where it's not even close. It shows nothing, and you end up with 4 tornado warnings.
Yeah, I don't know, that storm in Louisiana right now. Looks like that might become a chugger.
You talking about the one that just came off the Gulf?
Yeah.
I know. If tomorrow wasn't a thing, I think I probably, even earlier, I think I would have went south. My target today the whole time has been that southwest quadrant of Mississippi. If I didn't have the urge to just keep, moving a little bit east, I probably would have just stayed down there and said screw it and taken the gamble. Might have actually went for that storm, I don't know. We were down there once the end of last year or whatever, south of Lafayette for something. I remember the terrain wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty open. The road network kind of sucks a little bit, but I don't remember what chase that was. I never got windier than hell, though.
I think that was that day that we had another 10 hatch, and we started in like Houston or whatever. But I think we ended that night at a Waffle House too. That's when we were IHG members. So that would have been last year.
Okay, cinnamon roll peasants.
Yeah, I haven't been into Holiday Inn for some time. I miss the cinnamon rolls, but I mean, you can get them. Like some of these Flying J's have Cinnabon places and stuff. It's just their standard cinnamon roll. I mean, it's the same thing. So you just order like the plain cinnamon roll. It's the same thing. It's like $3, but one of these days I'll have to stay at one because there won't be a Hampton, and I'll have the cinnamon roll. Maybe I'll even steal a few for later.
Well, you can just walk in there and take breakfast and walk out. I watched a homeless guy do it. So that one Hampton we stayed at where the Holiday Inn was like right across the yard. I thought about just walking over there grabbing breakfast.
I actually did too. The Hampton Inn breakfast this morning, my God, was it terrible. I'm actually kind of pissed. You know, I think it's kind of stupid. You know, when you pay that amount of money for a hotel, like, the breakfast should be halfway okay. And they had the capability of a good breakfast, but, like, it was just all gone. Like, somebody ate it all and they weren't restocking it. It was really pissing me off. Like, the parking lot was empty, so I went down, like, a half an hour later, and everything was still, like, empty. I think it's kind of annoying. Like, you spend $150 on a hotel, like, the least they can do is have some freaking scrambled eggs in the morning. And usually they're really good about it, but sometimes they're not. But that's kind of how the Holiday Inn was, too. You know, sometimes you have your bad mornings. I just didn't get as pissed off as I do at the Hampton because they had the cinnamon rolls, and I would just, like, take 5 of those instead.
Good work, you don't work. She wants to take you to control. 24 copy.
Still heading east, folks. Once we get into Laurel, we'll evaluate what's going to happen for the night. I am seeing no target right now. Thanks for watching, guys. It's been a really lame day, that's for sure. But at least we've been out here. I mean, the chances of anything exciting happening tonight are probably like 30%.
And there definitely is a lot more wind right now.
Yeah, I'm noticing that up here too, compared to earlier. It's almost like it's a little bit hazy or foggy or something going on up here. like visibility's not right. So when I turn all the brights on and stuff, it glares back at me. It's like it's hazy or something.
Probably get foggy since the warm front's nearby.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm crossing 49 now. I thought about shooting up 49 and going over to 20, but it'll be 45 minutes to an hour to get up to 20. And then I'll never get east, so I'm just going to continue on 84. Screw it.
I wish you could figure out what to do here. Better just shoot towards I-10 or just keep going straight. Man, I don't know.
Yeah, once I get up here, I'm gonna probably book Montgomery, but I'm not booking it yet.
Avenue,
because
up the Lyman Street.
I have a feeling I could really shoot myself in the foot booking it right now. I think I need to hold off as long as possible, just in case. Flash flood warnings right now are like the most interesting thing on the board. It's just west of, northwest of Jackson. I haven't seen really any major reports of flooding.
Charles Victor Charles 58 is 401 be up in Circle K Main Street.
I actually thought about just saying screw it and going up there, but man, you end up being just way too far west then. honestly about to run to the eastern extent of that tornado watch, so. Yeah, there is a storm down there south of Lafayette, Louisiana. In New Iberia. It's right there. I'm on the distant here. We'll even switch radar sites to Lake Charles. Stand by. That load. That orange polygon near Lake Charles. Hold on. Why is this not? Oh, that's why. That storm there. It's pretty interesting looking. Maybe a mesocyclone spinning in there, not much, so. That one would be interesting to watch. I'd actually like to be sitting down there watching that. Way out of range. It's probably the best storm on the map right now. Not even kidding. Tomorrow is kind of an odd duck. It could be an early event. I mean, there's a few things that could maybe cause a later event, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be an early morning stream again. But today underperformed. Models did terrible today. I shouldn't say terrible, but they weren't that great for today, so things don't look that great tomorrow, so maybe they'll end up being something. Who knows? But a live stream, I would say, is probably likely for tomorrow. Not exactly sure when.
Field and Cameron Creek, South Texas. Priority 2 for general illness. Glad you can't hear me.
A little storm cell up there by Meridian kind of has my eye, but even that doesn't look that good.
Let's say you got a fire real fast. Fire got extra fast.
That's this one here.
Good work.
So far away from the darn radar site, though, that's just not a good area to get a good look on radar of what's going on. Watch that one closely here with the next few radar scans. We're definitely out of range for it, but need to watch trends, because if things start to actually organize up there, like let's say that storm organizes and goes severe, then maybe the one behind it does the same, and that tells us, well, hey, maybe we need to go up there.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call tonight.
Yep.
Time for Waffle House, and then position for tomorrow. Nothing looks good.
The only thing that I was just talking about remotely looks good is that thing up by Meridian. I told everybody that I was going to watch that a few more radar scans. If for some reason that one organizes and then the next one organizes, well, then that tells you better go up there. But I'm not. I just got another radar scan that's not organizing, so I'm kind of on the downhill here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's cooling off more where we're at now, so I wouldn't think anything further north would do. It might go severe one like wind or hail or something, but I think the tornado threat is diminishing fast.
Yeah, I was really surprised by the probabilities of that watch. I figured it was going to be like a 30-10 watch or something. That's, I don't know, 60-40. I thought, well, maybe they see something I don't. But all depends on the forecaster, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably going to wrap this up too. I am not far ahead of you at all. I'm doing like 55. I've been going super slow this whole time just because I didn't want to outrun anything. Yeah, that's probably about time to wrap this up.
But it's like anything that gets going, like, becomes just elongated, becomes like a mini line, and the only thing that really has the interest is that storm in Louisiana. It's got no radar. But man, I would not go after that unless there was like it looks like it's about to produce a monster.
Oh, I know, and it's all marsh down there, so which is good and bad, but I guess it really wasn't the target today. I mean, if I would have known this was going to crap out, I would have just stayed up on I-20. I mean, hell, I actually could have made that stuff this morning if I would have left at like 6 or 7, but oh well. Even that stuff this morning wasn't that great. I mean, some of it produced, but I didn't really feel bad missing any of it.
I wasn't expecting I figured overnight stuff would happen. but you know, it typically die out in the early morning. And so I wasn't expecting to see those tornado warnings this morning. But man, that had me fooled. I was thinking, oh man, if it's starting this early, like, wait until the environment gets better. And I guess we did the complete opposite today.
Yeah. One of those days where professional, like, fuel user, just a professional driver, not even storm chaser.
Dominating the gas pumps.
Guys, I'm gonna shut this down. If any of those storms up there on I-20 go nuts, we can still make it, but I'll start it up as a second stream. I'm gonna stop for fuel and get moving east. I don't know where I'm gonna go tonight because I kind of agree that the southern part of that tornado risk map tomorrow, dude, go around me. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this. Like, I'm doing 10 under the speed limit for a freaking reason. Just go around, buddy. Christ. Thanks. Oh, now you turn your brights off. But, I am, like, that Dothan area, that's been a hot spot this year. So, I don't know, I might just have to go to Montgomery. Montgomery might be really the only option. Otherwise, you gotta go to, like, Evergreen or something. I don't know. I may just go to Montgomery. We'll figure it out. But if something goes nuts tonight, we'll fire the stream back up. But I'm going to try to salvage or make a chase out of tomorrow if possible. Thanks for following along and watching, folks. I really appreciate it. Again, most likely a stream tomorrow. Stay weather aware tonight, though. I mean, still could get a tornado. The watch is still in effect.
23rd, not 23rd. 28th or
But thank you, super chatters, PayPal tippers, channel members, viewers, etc. I am going to wrap this up here and get some fuel. I hope you all have a good night and probably see you tomorrow. Probably. It's a possibility not, but I'm thinking so. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks again.